Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's all right. Okay, everything is okay. Checking out the different things. To sky. Dunks. To live control panel. Yes. We want to have that. There we go. So all the stats and everything here. Cheers, everybody. It's my favorite white Belgian ale. And here we go. We can start. Nice to have all of you here. Things are good. Things sound good. I guess it's time to start. So, hi everybody. Welcome aboard. This is the Saturday live show. We are here at 20 hours Universal Time every Saturdays, and we talk about radio and just have fun with radio. And it's nice to be here as usual. So it's always cool to be here. And yeah, everything's okay. So welcome aboard. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. This is a live show where we kind of talk about radio and have fun with radio, and that's pretty much it. So this is a show where anything radio, even though it's a shortwave channel, anything radio will go, even if we talk about scanner radios and all sorts of other things. It's all right. This is the place for that. And so we, of course, have this live show every Saturday at 20 UTC to entertain. And, we say it all the time. Solitary hobby. Usually we're pretty much all alone in our little man caves. And we don't really, for most of us, have anybody to share with for radio. And this is what's cool with this. It's the occasion for all of us to meet together and have a lot of fun. So this is kind of cool. And of course, if you want to join in, there's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. And this is where everybody gathers and talks and chats, asks questions. I go through the chat room, say hi to everybody. And also at the same time, I will be answering questions that I come across in the chat room. So if you have something, keep in mind that the chat room is sometimes I'm a little far behind. So give me time to get to your question. If there's a question and you don't hear any answers, chances are I'm probably a little far behind, and so no real space to answer the questions. Just move the wire because Paul the cat is in the chair right here in front of me. So in these little moments where I need a few minutes off, I'll be possibly showing Paul the cat. So this is going to be good for you guys to see Paul, as I know he's he's a mascot. He's the main guy behind all of this. So nice to have you all here. Once the chat room is this is over, you can head off to our Facebook group. A great little place where this continues. Basically, the people join in, say hi, and just posts their listening experience, what they're listening to, the radios they're using, ask questions. Once again, it's a great place to get answers. Maybe there's something you're listening to, you have no idea what it is. You can post it up on the Facebook group, and there you'll have the opportunity to, just say, ask what this could be, and hopefully somebody will answer back. I often answer back to those requests because I often have the opportunity to, see the questions and then just come back and say, oh, hey. So it's kind of a nice place to continue. So here's the group page that I'll post in the chat room. And also, we will talk about another spot where I post stuff I'm listening to, the live show links, and so on, which is my Blue Sky social media account, where you can go and check out what I'm posting, what I'm listening to, and I try to be as active as possible. I'll try to be even more active on this Blue Sky account with things I'm listening to. There's been some interesting propagation this week, and it hopefully will reflect. We're going to try some of the signals today because I kind of want to see what's out there. And so this is the Blue Sky account that I'm posting here in the chat room also. So this is a great place. This is where we talk radio, and it's always fun to. Yeah, absolutely, Rob. You post anything of it, as long as it's radio, you can show the radios you're fixing, stuff like that. Absolutely. If you want to show pictures of the internals of the radios, that would be great, actually. So, a quick hello from Paul the Cat here, guys. Here we go. Ta-da! Hello, Mr. Paul. How are you, Mr. Paul? He's kind of half asleep. So, this is Mr. Paul saying hi to everybody. So, nice to have Paul right there in front of me while I'm doing the live show. Just wondering what's happening, and he doesn't have no idea that he's live around the world, but that's another story. So welcome aboard, everyone. It's really cool to be here, and hope that we're going to have a lot of fun. Once again, I have my beer today is a white Belgian ale that looks, every time with this lighting especially, is more like a soft yellowish lighting, so it makes it look even more orange. It's like if I'm drinking orange juice, but it's beer. So cheers, everyone. So we'll talk about propagation this week, because I had a lot of fun this week. There was so much interesting signals coming out. It's that combination of we're slowly getting into the spring here in northern hemisphere, and it shows. The days are longer, and propagation. The bands are also open later at night on the higher frequencies. So it's kind of cool. I actually made a contact with a station in Australia on the amateur bands on 15 meters, and it was somewhere around 04 UT, like 11 p.m. here. So shows you that things are changing. So lots of interesting stuff we're going to talk about. And of course, we'll tune the bands a little bit. I've got several radios running. Of course, I've got the famous ICOM, the Yaesu, sorry, that was on 15580, which was the Voice of America. Now let's check out what's here. This is interesting here. Something on 130 here. And of course, WWV. Very slight, maybe RWM Moscow on 14996. So a few little things. Anyways, we'll be tuning the bands in not very long. So, Danielle Giraud, nice to have you here from South Africa, Danielle. Pretty cool. Richard Wagner, WA9301SWL, Northeast Illinois. And successfully chased the demons out of my dryer by installing a new motor. You know what? That reminds me of a story of my one of my brothers-in-law that wanted to fix his washing machine, and he thought the problem was in there's like a transmission kind of thing in the washing machine. So he thought the problem was there, and he asked a friend of his that actually was good with that, and he said, "Never open the transmission. You'll never be able to put it back." So it's kind of funny. James Farley, nice to have you here from Old Bridge, New Jersey. Andrew Ross, nice to have you here from the UK. Andrew says, has anyone used an MLA 30 Plus in an area without much interference? Well, let's just say this. It's going to receive, and it's going to receive well. Okay? But if that area is, you're capable of putting up a wire and it is quiet, it will perform better than an MLA 30. A wire in a quiet place, a long wire, outperforms the MLA 30. The MLA 30's real purpose as a magnetic loop is to either be in a noisy environment so that it actually can maybe help you get more signals, or in that case, if it's because you don't have space and that antenna is a small antenna, it would be perfect, go for it. You're going to have good reception with it for sure. Mike B, nice to have you here from Colorado. Matt, take care, my friend. I've seen that you will not be able to be here today. I'll hope that everything's all right, and have a great time. Ron Nanimal from Toronto, nice to have you here. Kenneth, nice to have you here. KW1161 from soggy and cooler Tucson, Arizona. Nice to have you here. Here it's about 30 Fahrenheit, -1 Celsius, and sunny. It feels like spring today, actually. It's very interesting. RG88 Dakota, nice to have you here. From Winsville, Missouri, WA0113SWL. Blogger Die, nice to have you here from Virginia. We have SWL Signals, nice to have you here from Florida. Cat Cans, nice to have you here. Got an ATS 20 Plus coming tomorrow. Fun little radio that runs on Arduino, similar to Raspberry Pi. Yep. Yeah, mine is, I believe, not a Plus. Mine is like, I think, there's a kind of an original one that was just the ATS 20. And it crashed all the time, which I didn't use much because of that. So the 20 Plus is possibly better. These are, out of the ordinary radios, and it's like the ATS 20, the ATS 20 Max. These are all little unusual radios that are at first mostly fun to play with, and they, for the most part, are surprisingly decent and receive. And the ATS 25 Max has even more features. And so they're kind of fun. If you want to play with something unusual, different than, a standard radio with knobs, these are fun for that. It's kind of a cool little thing. Most of them have the possibility of having their firmware updated also, which adds features or changes them. So have fun with that. I think it's the thing to say about these radios is just have fun with what it is, and play with it. It's the only thing that you need to do is just have fun. It's as simple as that. WF79 Homebrew Bert, nice to have you here from Virginia, doing antenna repairs and some gardening. So it starts to smell like gardens. I went to Canadian Tire this week for a few things, and all the everything is getting ready for planting flowers and gardens and stuff, and it reminds me of my teenage years, because when I was where I was living with my parents, the landlord was like 80 years old, and they had a big garden that they didn't do anything anymore. So I still remember one day I went up to them. I was maybe 15, 14. I went up to them and I said, "Can I do a garden?" Because it was appealing to me. It was like, "Oh, I want to do a garden." So they said, "Yeah, sure." And I said, "Whatever." Anyways, there's going to be like, once you plant tomatoes and cucumbers and stuff, there's so much coming out of it. It's like you have too much anyways. So I was like, in exchange, and I can bring you tomatoes and cucumbers and stuff. And I still remember chasing squirrels. There was a squirrel that would go in the garden, and I would see him run away on the fence with a big cucumber in his mouth. And I still being mad. It's like, their squirrel is stealing my cucumbers. Fun, good old days. And fun for a 14, 15-year-old guy. You know what? When we say we get out of trouble by doing a lot of stuff, well, Shortwave got me out of trouble for sure. But doing stuff like that and having, your own little garden as a teenager, it's actually a big garden. It's kind of cool. I had part of it was garden, and the other part of it I want to have flowers, and it was a lot of fun. And every time we get to spring, like today, the feel of it is like we're getting to spring. It always brings me back into the garden and having flowers and stuff. I always loved that. What else do we have? Blogger Guy trying to identify all radios in the picture. That's a Texan PL 990 under the cat's chin and a Ceodon R108 above the cat's shoulder. You mean the picture of my... let me check that out here. If you're talking about the picture... Let's see, what's... I have to go here and get the picture out. Are you talking about my picture of the stream? Here we go, Paul, podcaster. I'm just trying to figure out. Is that what you're talking about? Oh yeah. So you have, the Texan PL 990 on just next to Paul under his chin. And on the top shelf, from left to right on that picture, you've got a weather radio on the left, a Uniden weather radio, weather alert radio. You've got a ICOM ICR30. You've got the Ethon Traveler. That does not look like that. Yeah, it is. The Ethon Traveler radio. And behind it, there's actually a little Texan that just is above it, that we see just a snippet. R108, Ceodon R108, the Texan, I guess PL 330. There's the XH Data D808, I guess, in the back. And then on the right, it's the Sangean HDR 14 HD radio that I love to test out HD stuff around Montreal. 804 Marty, nice to have you here. Rob's Radio Channel, nice to have you here. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Don Royal, WA 7330 SWL from Sun City, Arizona. Rob's Radio Channel, sorry about having been in the show for the last 2 weeks. Was it a pizza party? That's cool. Ricky, nice to have you on board. J'espère que tu viens bien toi aussi. Nice to have you on board. 11 Celsius there. Wow. We're supposed to have some warm weather this week. It's supposed to go up to almost 10, 9, 8, 9, 10 degrees. So above zero. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You got it. You got your radios right, Blogger Die. KW1161, Kenneth, nice to have you here. John Rand, Yo-Yo, nice to have you on board. Robert Fletcher, good afternoon from New Hampshire. Nice to have you here. Robert Varner from New Jersey, KC2TEL. Cat Cans, thank you so much for the donation. And by the way, you can give me a little something here through the super chat. And there is tonight is a shrimp, I'm going to call it like this, shrimp salad fund. If you want me to not die of starvation, I will be ordering a shrimp salad that is really good. And it comes even with a little piece of bread, of garlic bread, which is great. So if you want to help me feed myself, make sure that I stay healthy, there's the pizza fund that you can go also through PayPal, which is great for that. So here's the shrimp salad pizza fund. Not pizza fund, but fund for the salad. So no pizza this week. It's shrimp salad. So thank you so much. And yeah, like you say, Cat Cans, well, instead of pizza, it will be for the shrimp salad. And Rob's Radio Channel for the radio fund. Thank you so much. It will be added to the radio fund. So I've actually started a little account, a separate account that I had not been using for ages, but I do have. And I thought, you know what, all the donations that go towards radios, this is where it's going to be. So that money is only radio related, so I can buy new radios and stuff as time goes by. 57 Steve DX, nice to have you here from Georgia. John Rand says, my wife sees no point in the hobby. Yeah, that's pretty much what happens with our lives, all of us. You know, I still remember when I was a teenager being all hyped up with, oh, I just got Radio Moscow and so on, and having my brother looking at me like I'm an alien from some other planet. And, you know, I still remember he would come home and say, oh, you're still listening to that static? Yeah, okay. Yeah, they just don't get it. You know, that's all. But hey, we get it, and that's why we're together. 45 unit, nice to have you here from Eastern Connecticut. Yes, Rob, you need to get your radios out. Anthony Franz, nice to have you on board. Mike B says hello to Paul the Cat. That's now back to sleeping. London 19657. You had to leave suddenly last week to do carrying duties. Hope that worked out okay. Yeah, it was okay. It was fine, but it was a little complicated, but it was fine. Actually, I will have to take a few minutes off from time to time today to check on things, making sure everything's all right. And to COD, nice to have you on board. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here. N5 KVO, South Texas. We have Metalunar, nice to have you on board. Terrence, nice to have you here from New Jersey, KD2ANN. And what else do we have? Nick Hansen, M7NHR, nice to have you here from Lincolnshire, England. Mr. Stonegrove, nice to have you here from Stockholm. And says that has been spring temperatures of late. Cool. Feels good after a cold winter. Master Players, Radio and Television, nice to have you on board, Bobby. Metal Lunar, how has the ham activity been on the bands lately? Have you seen any change or decline in ham broadcasters since you had your license, or is it as active as ever? It's still as active. So I got my ham license in 2021. From there to 2025, it's still very active, honestly. I don't see a difference in activity. Activity is good. DX has been sparse this winter. 10 meter was 10, 12, 15 were not that bad during certain periods of the day, but for the most part, I would say that I haven't been, excited about a lot of the DX that I've seen. I'm kind of waiting for the longer days so that 20 meters is open 24 hours, and that's really the band where I think it shines. In the summertime here is like, that's where most of my DX is, and I'm because I like to DX voice stations. FT8's okay, but it gets for me, FT8 gets boring very fast. So I like, when there's some DX, exotic DX and single sideband voice that I can go through, which is for me kind of more fun. But no, it's great, and honestly, I'm happy to have my license. It's really really cool. Um, Dave, nice to have you here from Fort Washington, Maryland. Anthony France, listening to the RAF Vomit on 11253 with S8 signal in Florida. Wow, pretty good. Let's check it out here, 11253. Oops. Let's check out if it comes in. Not too bad. 253. I got a lot more interference than usual. Look at these spikes. They're not that high usually. So it's there, but it's in the noise. Let's check it out on the... I'm going to check it out on my Texan H501X, which is on the ML830. Barely audible on the ML830. It's pretty crazy. A lot of noise lately, more than usual. That's why I can't wait for the more warmer days to go outside with radios and start tuning around with in the park or something, because man. Anthony Fred's propagation was great. Yeah, there were a few days that was iffy, but most of the week was good. Most of the week was good. I mean, receiving the BBC at 22 UT from Philippines, good enough to actually listen to the program in English. It was pretty cool. Terrence is having his afternoon coffee. That's great. Great. One thing I need to do, I haven't done in a long time. I like coffee, but past, 3 or 4 in the afternoon, it's a no-no because I won't be able to sleep. So what I used to do is there's a place where I would go where they had a lot of different types of coffees. And they had my favorite coffees, but in the decaf versions. And I haven't purchased those in a long time. I need to do that because I always enjoyed having a nice big cup of decaf in the evening while, tuning radio. Mr. Stongrove, Vatican Radio, 9705. So strong here that the H501X receives it with the antenna down. Was going to switch over the antenna. Wow. Pretty cool. Elmer Time, nice to have you here. AD7LN. And it's pretty cool to have you on board. Scouter Phoenix, nice to have you here. The lighting. It's the same type. It's not this lighting, but it's the same type of lighting. And that's where I noticed when I saw the comment about why is your Texan S2200 green, and it's like, well, it's not green. It's gray. It's really the lighting, but also the because most of the videos that I do about radios are done with my Samsung Galaxy phone because it does great videos in 4K. But the problem is, I've noticed that its kind of processing of colors sometimes is fooled and kind of wrong. That's why a lot of people are like, hey, why is the display on your radio blue? Mine is white. No, it's white. It's just that the camera itself kind of detects the bluish that's inside the white light of that radio. It happens a lot with LEDs. White LEDs have a tendency to have a bluish side to them, and with our eyes we see them white, but a camera will see them blue. So it's really kind of the artifact of the same with the LC90, the Shoyang LC90. A lot of people are like, "Wow, your color, mine is black. Why is yours blue?" Mine is black too. It's just that the camera sees kind of bluish light in the LEDs. So probably I would need to have a more neutral light, because I tend to buy these more natural colored lights because I like the fact that they look more like the incandescent bulbs we had before. But at the same time, because they're LEDs, I would guess, they kind of have this, weird coloring of stuff with the cameras of the phones, and even with the camera I'm using now, the new Brio 4K. VT1, VT Radio, Paul AA1SU. Nice to have you here from Northern Vermont. Thank you, Dave, for your donation. Much appreciated. John Beckham, lots of 15,000 shortwave station late at night in early morning hours. Yep, lots for a lot of China stuff. Is WJHR still on the air? That's a good question. I haven't checked that station in a long, long time. 15555. I usually hear that station very well here. I don't hear it now, so I don't know. I would have to look a few times in the daytime, see if it is. Let me check here on, does EIBI space listed still? 15555. Yeah, it's still listed as 1358 to 2200 UTC. 15555, but I'm not hearing it. So yeah, it's a good question. Is it still on the air? And who the hell listens to it anyway, except us geeks that know what it is in upper sideband, you know? SWL Signal says, heard the Russian bayonet last night in Florida. 8131. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, if it's very quiet, if you know it's quiet, the long wire will outperform the MLE30 if you can put one up. Honestly, if here it'd be quiet, my infin antenna in the back would receive everything better than the MLE30. Where my MLE30 shines is below 10 megahertz, 9 megahertz, where my NFET doesn't receive almost anything on the Yaesu. But with the MLE30, I'm able to get tons of utilities and stations on the lower frequencies. So, Jerry, what's the difference between the older MLE30 and newer MLE30 Plus? I have both of them. They had made a little change in its frequency range. For me, if I put them side by side, I don't see much difference. But I would guess it's just a more modern version and they added the plus to it or something. They're, for me, what I see is they're pretty much the same in performance. What else do we have? Be careful, by the way, with the static electricity. I zapped my Texan. Okay, now I'm red again. I hate it. I don't know why it keeps changing. The colors keep changing on. They're set to be manual. And they keep changing. I could be black and white. Here we go. Like an old movie. They keep changing, and I don't know why. So weird. So weird. So this is more bluish. Just check saturation. I think I'm going to keep the I'm going to keep the panel up. I become a lobster at some point. Cat cans, if the 20 plus works well, my next purchase will be one of those with built-in SDR screens. Like or die, my ATS 25 Max decoder has been reliable, but it is quirky. Yeah, I think they all have this little quirkiness, this little something that when you tune around or use them, you're like, oh, okay, got to get used to this. 804 Marty just got this SDR dongle. I haven't tried it out yet. Andrew Ross, and I'll have to get some. Yep, thank you for answering the question. Thank you. Nice to have you here. Trevor Williams, nice to have you here. Newbie question. Should I be worried about lightning strikes if I leave a long wire out, or is it best to coil up each time? Leave it out. Chances of anything happening are very low. You won't have any. I had wires all the time. This is a question that comes regularly because people are kind of worried. Oh, I put a wire outside. Is it gonna attract lightning, or is it, what could happen? Nothing. Chances that something happens are low. And I'll say what I always say. If lightning struck close enough for that wire to have caused something, it's going to be not just your wire, but everything else, because it was so close that all of anything plugged in will be just blown up. It's not your wire. It's not because of your wire. It's simply the way it is. But there is one thing you need to do. You can leave it out. There's absolutely no problem. I don't see any danger. I have had so many over the years. Nothing ever happened. And chances are lightning is going to strike so many other things around you. Especially, if you got tall trees or whatever. But do not leave the wire plugged on your radios constantly. Especially when there is thunderstorms. Because one of the things that could happen is, lightning's not going to hit your wire, but a close enough lightning bolt will be capable of inducing enough current in that wire that is going to blow the radio's amplifier. This is what is the most dangerous. The lightning bolt itself can, simply blow up the radio's input. Same with a transceiver, or even a big dipole top radio. Unplugging your antennas when you're not home or there's thunderstorms coming is really, really, an important thing to do. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here. Uniform Marty says, does anyone use GMRS? Cat cans, no Marty, but I have a Baofangs that can accept GMRS plus a huge antenna to make a repeater if my family ever goes. A big camping trip. Yeah, you guys in the US have a way, way, way different service on GMRS than here in Canada, which is totally non-licensed, and we don't have the possibility to put up repeaters or anything. And one quick bit of info also here. First of all, I might have lost part of a little chunk of the chat because of Chrome browser crashing. But also remember that tonight in North America we are moving clocks ahead by 1 hour, which means my show is still at 20 UTC. But next week, that 1 hour change means that I'll be 1 hour later local time. So remember that. It is going to be 1 hour later. Steve Burnham, afternoon. Nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. John the Lost Planet Airman. There, John Man. Nice to have you here. Thank you so much for the tip, for the donation. And nice to have you here from Germany. DF2LH, DL5HCK. So, Jen, DG1LJP. Pretty cool. Got a lot of contacts with Germany on amateur radio bands. So SWAT Cats giving us the Ultimate DX, Voyager 2 being received on the Deep Space Network. How about this? 84 Marty, we do a lot of boating, but have always relied on our cell phones for comms out on the water. Thinking of trying GMRS this year. Yeah, it depends how big the water body is. You know, if it's always in range of a cell tower, yeah, there's not that big of a need for anything. But you know, there are lakes that are huge and that, you know, your cell phone is not going to work at a certain point. That's where having radio is fun in other ways. TVDXer, bonjour, ça va bien, j'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Toujours un plaisir de t'avoir parmi nous. WF79 Homebrew says, I've got 2 raised garden beds planned for peppers and various kinds of tomatoes, corn, beans, squash. Pretty cool, that is. Yeah, and it makes you save money. I mean, when you look at the price of all of that at the groceries, you kind of like, well, you know, it doesn't cost me much to have these nice juicy tomatoes, and they don't taste the same. Have you noticed that anything that comes from your garden just doesn't taste the same? They're actually much better. Blogger Guy watches videos of a guy that is a diver who finds loads of phones at the bottom of the lakes. Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. From people that just lost it by accident to people that just... I can imagine stupid people just throwing it out in the lake when it doesn't work anymore. Stuff like that. I bet you there must be tons and tons. You know, here we had a... one year, they decided to take a big chunk of the St. Lawrence River and clean the bottom from a certain, you know, chunk of it. And you wouldn't believe what they actually came out with. And they were saying that, first of all, the bottom of the St. Lawrence River has this really thick, kind of soggy, disgusting debris field. And they're saying in there, there's every single thing you can imagine is in there. They found not just, cars. They found fridge. They found stoves. They found every imaginable thing you can have in a society. There's some of it in the bottom of the river. So it's like, it's disgusting. Human beings are like that with our planet, but, RGA Dakota, lucky some cell phones can pick up a signal somewhat far from the base now. And a boat, I would rather have a standard radio. Yeah. Bert says, myself never really did anything in the garden as a kid, although I watched my grandfather to do a lot of gardening. Yeah, it's usually what we, well, before I was about maybe 13, 14, until the landlord hit maybe 80 at the time, he was still doing his garden. And I remember, looking at a garden, and it would give us tomatoes and all sorts of things. But when they stopped, it was like, I want to do a garden. Of course, I had to learn a lot of stuff that I didn't know. Like the first year, a lot of the stuff was, not working, and I was wondering why. And then you learn that, oh, there's this little, this little critter eats that, and to prevent that, you got to do this, and so on and so on. And these are things I didn't know. Like, for example, the first year, I never had cucumbers. The cucumbers were all cut at the base. Something was cutting them, and that's when I learned about, oh, okay, now I understand. So if you put, little pieces of wood or whatever, is like, it prevents them from going there, and then you get cucumbers and whatever. So, but these are things you got to learn. It's like when you don't know anything about it. Nature is pretty amazing when you look at it. Bert says, yeah, another hobby. I plan to help a local state park with their lunar eclipse event, getting a telescope and batteries together for that. Yeah, by the way, this coming Thursday night into Friday morning, North America, all of North America, we have a total lunar eclipse. If your sky is clear and you don't mind staying up late, here the maximum eclipse is like 3 a.m. I'll be checking if it's not too bad of a weather, and I might be, checking out and maybe doing some eclipse watching and radio listening at the same time. John Beckham, I believe that on 7410 around 9:30 p.m. Eastern, somebody is broadcasting on that frequency. Chinese or Japanese. 7410. And you are sure of that frequency, just out of curiosity, that it is really around there? Because there is... so let me check what's there. First of all, 7410. I have Radio Romania French that I listen to there. 9:30 p.m. would be Radio Romania French. That's why I am wondering, because at that time, 02 to 03 UT, it's Radio Romanian French. So it has to be either around it, or unless you're getting China for some reason where you are. Because I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Because China is there all the time around that frequency. A lot of the Chinese frequencies are there. So China radio in Mandarin and so on. So it might be something around there too. So that's something to check out. Wondering what it could be. What else do we have? Sweatcat's been viewing the released photos from James Webb Space Telescope. Cool. J. Dakota, coffee doesn't make me stay awake. It actually wears me down faster. I get a small surge for just a little bit, then wear down. Craig Martinetti, can you please send me an email with your postal address for donations? Yes. Look, Craig, official shortwave radio at Gmail. Send me a little hello just there. Official shortwave radio at gmail.com. And by the way, all donations, I told you, and I still don't have the list of names. I'm so sorry. I thought about it today, and I was like, oh God, I forgot to do the list. Next week, promise, it will be the drawing for 2 CIDX memberships. I'm very, very sorry about forgetting again. I was like, oh God, I got too much going on with my caregiving duties and all that's going on. Plus, I had this week to do the the messenger column for utility. So it's like there were so many things going on, I just completely forgot. But I promise next week is the drawing 2 CIDX memberships coming up. So here's the email, Craig. Yeah, RJ Dakota. It's not like the standard, incandescent bulbs. The incandescent bulbs were at the other end of the spectrum. They had a huge infrared signature, and because of the heat. Mad Radio DXer, nice to have you here. I'm 7EIW. Great propagation tonight. Medium wave, shortwave. Best I have known for a long time. Cool. Richard Wagner thinks he heard it last week. WJHR you're talking about? Blogger Die looking forward to delivery of a Grundig G4000A. Oh, that one I remember. That was an unusual, if I remember, an unusual looking radio. Is that the one that I think? Let me just check it out. Grundig G. Let me just. Oh no, it is. It's the same as the. Okay. Oh yeah, isn't that? It's interesting because I just put the radio, and you know what, Blogger Die? The third link in my search result on Google, Blogger Die incoming radio Grundig G4000A, because that looks like a Yacht Boy 400. That really looks like a Yacht Boy 400. Wasn't that the European version name to the Yacht Boy 400? I think it is. Yeah, this is the European version. They were tagged as the G4000A in Europe, but as the Grundig Yacht Boy 400 here in North America. I think it's the same radio. Terrence, I heard a pirate station last night around 01 UT while testing out Zenith Transoceanic. I picked up on eBay this week. Boss Micro Radio 6915 6925. Cool. Cool. And Radio DXer says, talking about going outdoors, radio listening. I did that today as the weather here in the UK is unusually mild this week. Will be colder next week though. So cool. 57 Steve DX on Thursday evening. Roughly 23:30 p.m. Eastern. I was able to hear WWVH way better than WWV on 10,000 here in Georgia. Yeah, it happens sometimes that there's that switch. What else do we have? John Vargas. Yeah, static electricity, John, is definitely an issue mostly for portable radios. The big gun, tabletops have a certain level of protection because they are meant to be on outdoor wires or antennas, and you would be surprised in a windy day, for example, a dry windy day outside, the amount of voltage that can build up and go into the antenna socket just because of the brushing of the air against the wire. And for tabletops, usually it's not much of a problem. They can handle it. They were designed to handle that. But portable radios are not, because portable radios are not meant to be, permanently hooked up to an outdoor antenna. And you know what? I zapped my Texan S2200X this week. And when I touched, because I have one of my chairs that has this kind of this cloth finish over it. And when I'm just wearing a t-shirt like this, when I sit down on it and get up, I always get a shock if I touch a metal object because it's very dry in the winter here. To give you an idea, inside right now, my little weather station says it's only 23% humidity, which is way too dry technically for a home. But that's because of the heating here. And so while I was making the videos that you guys saw on the channel with the Texan S2200 this week, I touched the antenna without thinking that I just got off of the chair. And it shut down. The display went blank. It wouldn't power up anymore. And I was like, oh God, please. Don't tell me I zapped my radio beyond repair. So, took out the batteries. And I left it like that for about an hour. And I put the batteries back in. Display came back with the time, the clock that I had to set. And I pressed the button and it turned on. So it's probably just kind of reset or like put the little CPU inside in a state of, okay. But that's a warning. And actually now I do think about touching like the water faucet every time I'm going to touch the radio. Because you can kill a radio with that. And that's not, I saw someone saying, oh, well, it's because of Chinese Texan receivers. No, that any radio can be zapped like that. Any freaking radio. You can zap a Panasonic from the 80s because you weren't careful when you touched the telescopic. So be very careful with that because you can zap your radio beyond repair. John Beckham, who is a proponent of newer cars having ESS systems regarding start and stop. Dave did an ETM scan on my PL330, checked it against my ZRV5. ZRV5 called all the same stations. To my surprise, the waterfall on it allowed me to catch 4 that the PL330 missed. Bert, I blew out my first SDR duo receiver due to a nearby lightning strike. And I used lightning arresters and extensive grounds. But a nearby strike can still kill these radios. These lightning arresters and on all of that have a limit. And a nearby strike is so powerful, none of these protections have any effect. It gets to a point where it's like, I always talk about the ham radio operator that is not very far from here on the South Shore that had a lightning strike pretty much in his backyard near a power, a transformer in the power pole. And everything in his home blew up. Everything. Even everything that was shut off, like the light bulbs that was turned off, they also blew. Because why? The current was so high that little switch, the gap in the switches, wasn't big enough to prevent arcing between them. So it tells you how much current there was in there. And, it's very powerful. And, it doesn't have to hit your home. It hits in your backyard. And, if a lightning strike would hit the second or third backyard here, I possibly would, without the antenna, if I didn't disconnect the antenna, my Yaesu would probably fry. It's so close that it induces a huge, because, when it strikes, it has a huge magnetic field around it. And that's the magnetic field. That's what's creating all the current and all the the voltages inside your wires. It's like your wire just picks that up and it's like, oh yeah, here's a place to go. So it's pretty crazy. So guys, I need to take 2 seconds to go and do a little bit of my caregiving duties, and I will let you guys with the beautiful Paul the cat sleeping for an instant, because I want you guys to enjoy Mr. Paul. Here we go. Here we go, Mr. Paul. Don't look at the mess around Mr. Paul. And sorry for the wire. I will be back in 2 seconds. That's a happy cat. That's a happy cat. There we go. Putting things back to normal. Here's the camera. And here we go. Let's go back down. There we go. And here we go. Mr. Paul the cat for your enjoyment. Doesn't enjoy seeing our little kitty here. Well, our big fat kitty. Oh, man. So, we are back. We are back. Okay, here we go. Center SP Duo. Okay. Okay, here we go. 54 cal. Got a blue Orion XT8 dub with solar filter. Pretty cool. John's got a GMRS license and a ham radio extra license here. Yeah, Paul. Nice to have you here. Dave says, I still love both, but the learning curve on the SDR V5 is still brutal. Hamad Jafar, nice to have you here. Says H501 is best. RJ Dakota had to reset radios that have taken a zap from static electricity. I have protocol to prevent this from happening, however. I always touch something metal that is neutral before operating radios. Yeah. What else do we have? Old radios got a S2200X and loop antenna from Nonco. So next week, no more. We'll be at the same time in Arizona. Yeah, you guys don't change your clocks. Absolutely. Arizona is one of those that doesn't change their clocks. I think here in Canada is Saskatchewan doesn't change their clocks. So, Lugard use Google Calendar, and it allows you to set an event time to UTC, and it won't after when the local time zone changes. Won't alter the time. Yeah, that's good. J Projects. GMRS isn't supposed to be operated from vessels or aircraft. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea about those rules, but yeah, it could be. Les T, can you get a bigger antenna? I can't hear you. John Beck and my mother used to grow the juiciest red ripe green garden tomatoes in her day. Yeah. Yeah. Kilo 61. How many skeletons too? it's you know, that reminds me of my next door neighbor when she moved. We were talking about cats because she loves Paul the cat, and then she said, you know, we never told anyone, but and my neighbor's next door backyard, there's like 6 cats that are buried there. Shopping carts underwater, I'm not surprised. Whole radios, I am not going to be shamed by my father because I spent $400 on a radio, but I put my big boy pants and did it. Well, that's what you got to do. I mean, it's your hobby and it's you having fun. It's, you know, you want to get one, you got to, if you can do it, you get one. Yeah, you guys in Europe change later. Absolutely. Richard Myers, let's have you here from East Central Florida. You started mentioning satellite electricity and you damaged some. Never finished the story. Yeah, well, now I finished it. The Texan S2200X, which was not damaged. It just needed to have a little moment, an hour, a good hour without the batteries, anything in it, so that it kind of reset itself. VT radio. I watched a lot of magnet fishing videos. Amazing the stuff they pull out of rivers. Oh yeah, I'm sure. You're sure. Old radios. You're not wasting money if you're going to use it and have fun with it. It's not a waste of money when that happens. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that G4000A is like, it is pretty much the Yacht Boy 400 PE. But I think the G4000A was the European name. The Yacht Boy 400 PE was for North America. John Bickham, yeah, 7410, and because I listen to it regularly every week, Radio Romania. Actually, that's the fun part of speaking French and English. I just listen to Radio Romania on 7325 English, then I just move on to 7410 and hear the French version, which is nice. Kitty61 says, my Japan radio 535D has a neon bulb between the antenna connectors for static protection. Yeah, and most high-end tabletops have a circuit designed for a minimum amount of, like, you know, the standard amount of whatever voltage or static can be coming in from the outdoor antenna. Blogger Dice says a branch fell out a tree in recent high winds and took down my long wire. Oh wow, that is sad. Reminds me of that last year. Remember, guys, when I had my end-fed antenna, which was in a form of a V shape? Somebody just want to make sure everything's all right. Somebody has written to me about something. Yeah, it's okay. Fine. All right. No problem. No sweat. So, and apparently I'm live. So, when the neighbors sold their house, of course, they wanted to clean things off to make sure that it looks nice. And there's a tree in the neighbor's yard, and I had put my end fed was kind of V-shaped because I had thrown a wire into the neighbor's yard. And one of the cool things about it is it enabled my Yaesu to go and tune up to 160 meters, actually, which was really nice. So one day I'm hearing these a chainsaw, and I'm like, usually here when you hear a chainsaw, they're trimming trees, but usually it's the city trimming trees all around the street. And I look in the backyard and they're trimming that tree, and I'm like, oh God, my wire. And then I look, and my wire's just there dangling on the ground, so they probably, with the chainsaw just went through my wire. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going to slowly, without them looking, pull my wire back into the room, into my my yard, Yeah, and the tropics is different, John. It's like here in the summer. Here in the summer, it's not something you worry about. Montreal has a pretty tropical-like summer. So it's, muggy, humid, hot. There's no danger in zapping your radios in July, I can tell you that here. Here, as soon as it's warm enough that I open the doors and the windows, we're fine. I mean, there's not going to be a problem with that. It rarely is dry enough to be a problem in the summer. But, CAT-CAN's static electricity is thousands of volts. There's not a lot of amps, it's microamps, but there's still thousands of volts. And that could zap a circuit real bad. It could destroy a transistor. So that's why you got to be careful with that if you live in an environment that's a little bit like mine. Or if you live in a place like Kenneth says, most of the years 23% is high where he is outside, because he's more in the desert kind of weather. So in his case, even outside, even all year, got to be careful. John, also laptops, desktop PCs. Yeah, I have zapped my gaming laptop because I wasn't careful, and I touched the trackpad, and I felt the static, and the trackpad stopped working immediately, and the computer completely froze, and I was like, "Whoa!" So you can zap a computer also with that. Brad in Amarillo, nice to have you here from Texas. Justin Love, remember the old DX449 and no static protection diodes in front end 440, yeah. Well, it's like the Sony 2010. It was easily, this is the 2010 or 2001. It was prone to static electricity zapping the amplifier's transistors. So yeah, that was something. They later fixed it though, as Sony had changed the design after a while when they saw that there's a lot of radios being zapped. Mike B says it's usually very dry here in southwest Colorado. When it gets windy, sometimes I accidentally zap the cat with the static electricity. I zap my cat all the time. I sit on the chair, then I go and touch him, and it's like, poof, static. RJ Dakota used to have an ICF 2001. It was very prone to static discharge, and you had to remove the batteries. Yeah, because even though they have the Texan S2200X has a reset, it doesn't work. It doesn't reset enough. I don't know where the reset stands in the radio, but wherever it is, it doesn't reset whatever is zapped by static. So you got to remove the battery. Video Radio, I just sent you an email of a picture of WCHP that I took last week. Well, let's check that out. John Beckham, the little inexpensive handheld, the DE221 with NOAA. Yeah, I mean, it's a great little portable, John. It's a lot of fun. And I'll just go here and check out Paul. And making deliveries, WCHP, and turn down the side road. Okay, here we go. Here's the station, WCHP. Oh wow, this is cool. This is better than this. So this is a picture of our friend here that took of WCHP station. Wow, this is cool, and you could see the antennas here, antenna towers. This is cool. Look at that. That is nice. That is nice. That is very nice. Thanks for the picture, Paul. Henry Lange, nice to have you here from Scotland. Cat Cam, yeah, that's pretty much. N3WER, Ham Radio Elmer, nice to have you on board. Craig Martinetti just sent you the email. Cool. I'll answer back. Indoor antenna, Skyler Phoenix. Normally, you don't really need to unplug when it's indoors. I mean, if it's indoors, if a lightning strike is close enough for the indoor antenna to zap, if I don't, even if you had it unplugged, it's going to zap a radio. I don't think you need that. I don't think indoors is important, personally. Outdoors is. Indoors, I don't think so. But, you know, when we say better be safe than sorry, you never know. Yeah, that's what I taught, John. It was a D221. RJ Dakota, my PL330 has to be reset like that once in a while. At least, you know, it makes the radio still works. And that's the important thing about those things. The radio still works, it's fine. Sorry, guys. Just enough. If zapped the internal RF amp and I never got around to trying to replace it. I just use it with an external preamp now, which sort of makes up for it. Huh. RJ Dakota, big beautiful kitty. My cat Zoomer is actually sitting and watching the show. Richard Wagner, I used to install safety radios, fire, police, etc., and we always would put a safety loop on the lead into the bungalow and pulley phasers on inside of the lead-in. Yeah, you know what? This is different because these radios are plugged to their external antennas 24 hours. You know, thunderstorms are not. So they need to have extra protection. Blogger Die. I have a recording of an HK in Japanese where they say, hey, Paul, hey, Paul. Oh, man. Well, you know what? Old radios, that S2200X, you're going to love it. It's a nice upgrade to the PL680. Keep your PL680. It's a great radio. You know, it's more portable. If you want to go somewhere, it's going to be easier to bring along. But, you know, you're going to love it. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Craig Martinetti, I drink large iced coffees from Tim Hortons, no syrup. I had a couple of Splenda and are sweet and low to it. Yeah, I don't like those, you know, like artificial sweeteners because I always find they have this aftertaste. You got a lot of fun old radios when you get that S2200X, I can tell you. Fred Waterer, nice to have you here. Yeah, it's the Paul the Cat channel. Actually, you know what? I should just put a camera 24 hours a day on Paul. And I bet you I'd probably have a lot more viewers than any of my other channels. Man. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you here. Greetings from the UK. Nicole, G6PJV. By the way, for every woman that is on the live stream or will watch this video at some point, happy International Women's Day. It is your day today, and so hope that you guys are getting, you know, treated, you know, special and wonderful, because you have to, you know, your husbands or boyfriends or whatever it is, you know, any lover needs to treat you right today. Doesn't know if a neon bulb from antenna to ground can help a little, maybe two of them in parallel. Yeah, I remember there was a, I think it was in Monitoring Times, there was this guy that had showed, like, you know, if you had a radio, how to build a little thing with a neon bulb that would have the antenna connector go to your radio so that if something happens, you know. Old radios also upgrading to a 40-channel realistic TRC 434 from a 23-channel unit. Oh man, those three, that 23 channel must be old. 23 channels been a long time since they've moved on to 40. Craig Martinetti, do they still have the ham radio field day in June? Absolutely. Absolutely. There's the field day in June, and there's the winter field day in January. Or December. And it could be fun. You know what? I was thinking of maybe I could set up in my backyard with, batteries and some and have fun with fielding. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Scotland, where spring has sprung. Capella 2132, nice to have you here. Donald VE2XT, nice to have you. It's great to have you here. Blogger Die, am I hearing CHU in the background? Nope, it's your imagination. Yeah, it is. The ICOM ICR 8500 is on 7850 with CHU. I think Bert WF7I Homebrew that the high-end radios, they think about that. So they design a circuit and the input where the antenna is, they design the circuit so that they know there could be such of a problem of having static or maybe something like I was saying, you put it and imagine, just look at like the antennas you have. Imagine in a big antenna in a tower, a quad or whatever, a Yagi. Imagine in that tower, all of those elements and the wind going through them. Imagine how it builds up a static charge. And when you buy an high-end transceiver, they know that you're going to use some serious big antennas. And they know that there needs to be a minimum of protection. So I'm pretty sure they will build the input of the antenna where, there's a way of dealing with that to a certain extent. Of course, a lightning strike that's in your backyard will blow it up. But it's strong enough to hold to what a lot of radios will not withstand. Matthew Fernal says that's right. Saskatchewan does not change time. Everywhere else does. Yeah. So, Jim Gordon, Radio Thailand backup was thundering in on my Elite Satellite Executive 7475 at 1830 to 1930. Cool. Bert says the arrestor seems to take care of static discharge from the wind and help with lightning. But of course, direct strike is... Nothing protects you from a direct strike, first of all. And one of the things you got to be careful, and I talk about that all the time. If you buy power bars, you've noticed that there's a lot of power bars out there that are like, we will protect your equipment. This is a big lie and a big joke. Okay? They do have kind of some tripping circuit that will turn on and stop the current, stop the electricity from flowing at a certain level. But when I was doing my tech duties, there's a lot of computers, when we had, I'm not joking, if we had a night of really powerful thunderstorms, I knew that the next day I would get tons of calls of people or computers not turning on anymore. And some of them were, because I was always tell them, it's like, unplug the computer from the wall outlet, because some power supplies that are well made, there's a trip circuit. So it's like, now it's in a state of it doesn't work. And you have to unplug it from the power source in order for that circuit to come back to a normal state. So I would always tell them, it's like, unplug your computer from the wall, wait a minute or two. And actually, to be safe, I would tell everybody, unplug from the wall, wait 15 minutes. And if it doesn't start in 15 minutes when you plug it back in, call me. So I'd say that if I had 10 calls, that unplugging for 15 minutes, I'd have 3 calls. The other 7, when they plug it back in, it was fine. Now, those 3 calls, I knew that the power supply was damaged. And I had a client once that said, but I bought this $50 power bar that actually has, and the stickers were on the power bar, I'm protecting you from lightning strikes. And so that client asked me and said, so if my power supply blew up from last night's thunderstorms, why didn't this power bar that says it's protecting you protect me? And I said, these power bars have a threshold of protection. The problem is that threshold is very high. So in thunderstorms, if you have lightning strikes, your power output will have spikes in it every time there's a strike. And depending on how good and how well designed the power supply is, some of them will handle the little spikes, no problem. And cheaper power supplies often can't. So they'll blow up at a few spikes, or some part will be damaged when there's too many of them. Which came to, well, why the bar didn't trip. Because that threshold is so high that it let through enough of these spikes to damage the computer, but it wasn't high enough to trip the circuit in the power bar. So this is why I always say, this is a big lie, the biggest lie of all. No, these bars don't protect you at all. The only thing that protects you, if you're really looking for a protection circuit, is the UPS, the power banks. When you are plugged in one of those big power banks that have batteries in them, this protects you 100% from any spikes, because you're not plugged in the same way. So these spikes never reach your computer. But in any case, when you buy a power bar, think about that, lie that they put on the package, protecting you from lightning strikes, as a big lie. It ain't true. Okay? It really ain't true. By the way, guys, just out of curiosity, there's the super chat here where you can help me out if you want to give a little something. I mean, this is my job. This is the way, I live. I make a living off of this and my tech channel. And every little penny helps in buying new radios and in, of course, all sorts of, upgrading equipment, bought a new camera, bought a new PC this year. This is important because, nothing's free, and this helps me really, really a lot. Super chat is there for that. And tonight, there's the shrimp salad fund, which is like the pizza fund usually, where you can help me out and not, starve to death through PayPal. And this is where you can send a little something. So that tonight, I will be, after the live show, buying a little lunch so that I will not, starve and become skinny. You want to keep me here, right? And it is much appreciated because you guys have no idea how important all of that is. To keep everything going, the live shows going. I mean, you guys love what I do. I do it every week, single week, and sometimes very long time. And don't forget that it's not for always the same people to donate. There's just a handful of people that donate, and we have 2,000 to 3,000 views on the live shows every week. So how about thinking about it? You know what? Helps out, and hopefully you like what I do. If you find that if this would not be here tomorrow morning, it would be gone forever, would you miss this? I think a lot of you would. So thank you so much, and I totally understand for those that can't. And don't worry, any amount helps. It doesn't matter how much. Don't be intimidated because maybe you saw somebody give us X amount of money. It's like, oh, then I have to give that much. No, you don't. You give whatever you can. Thanks, guys. Much appreciated. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Bert. And the I'm red. I'm lobster red again. What it is the problem in the winter and the summer versus summer? It's pretty much that. Is that summertime? It's lightning for the most part, and wintertime, it's the static electricity in our homes because of the heating that just dries our homes air, basically. I need to buy maybe a humidifier for my winter months. I had one which was very small. It wasn't big enough to do the whole house. So you guys are going to laugh because sometimes what I do is if I need to boil water to cook something, I'll sometimes leave the boiling water a little longer because it gives a little more humidity to the home, but it's minimal in what it does, honestly. RJ Dakota, I used to see a device that literally lit up whenever there was a lightning strike at a distance. As the storm approached, that little light would get brighter. Don't remember what that device was. Well, those neon lights on that they put for protecting radios? Well, in some cases, when lightning strikes are that far away, or in cases where there's like extremely dry and very windy conditions, I've seen videos of that little bulb, that little neon bulb, actually lighting up enough that you could see it. Shows you how much it was important to protect. WZFR1 Biker, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke. Nice to have you here, my friend. Oh, snow ice also. Often it's a mix of both, Bert. This is what happened here. The times that I had my wires broken, most of the time is because it's a mix. The wire became heavy because of ice or wet snow, and it was very windy at the same time, so the added weight and the wind that just like pushes on it, it takes a toll. Ted Goebel, nice to have you here. Mr. Stonegrove, a year or two ago, zapped a gas petrol pump's payment terminal and made it reboot and hang. Oops. Oops. RJ Dakota, I zapped a gas station pump petrol once and it reset. The station gave us gas for free. So you know what? What you need to do, guys, is to put some rug in your cars or your trucks so that before you go to the gas station, you just rub on it real good. And then you go and zap the terminal before or after, actually, you took the gas. So, oh, sorry, it doesn't work. Now that's a new way to scam the gas stations. Why are you rubbing against your car? It's like, oh no, for no reason. Jim Garner's going to zap himself with some pint cans of Guinness. There you have 7 brew. My long-haired cat gets agitated in the winter with petting. You can see sparks flying off her fur. Yeah, I know. It's here when I go to bed and I start just playing with the sheets in the bed, just like making sure they're flat. If it's dark, you see all those blue sparks everywhere under the sheet. It was like, whoa. Old radio, I'm learning some electronic saving lessons and tips here. Yeah, and that's what we are here for. It's very important to be careful. Yeah, neon. I think they use neon for that purpose. It's like they are very heavy duty. They work much better. Vicky Pelletier, nice to have you here. There we go. We've got some. It is their International Day today. You got to welcome and make sure that our women are greeted. RJ Dakota, if I shine my UV flashlight on inactive neon light, it will glow in the respective color because of phosphor inside the tube. Interesting experiment. It's like here, I've done it once and it does work. You take a long neon tube and you go under one of those really high powered lines there in the Hydro-Quebec and you hold it above as high as you can. There's a slight glow in the tube. You see that there's an interaction. TFP Taloa Fishing, nice to have you here. Field day if you have enough active hams that are interested in doing stuff. Depends on where you live for sure. I have experienced horrible times and great times, but in different parts of the country. Volodia, nice to have you on board. It's rare for me to be able to watch this in live, but here I am for a little. Nice to have you on board from balmy West Coast, Vancouver Island. Welcome aboard, my friend. Nice to have you here. Our friend Mr. Salanu here in the West Coast. Welcome aboard. I heard the Texan loop doesn't work with the tube radios. Old tube radios have a different impedance and different way of working. So like an ML830, here this old Westinghouse that I got here. If I put the ML830 on the old Westinghouse, I can tell you one thing is that it's just not going to work out. It really doesn't like it. I have to put my end-fed antenna from my Yaesu actually for it to really work, which is funny. Bert says, I think it was a different strike, but my PC I used for ham radio died also from lightning. The other PCs were okay. I believe that it may have come in on coax despite arresters and grounding, whatever. Yeah, everywhere. Yeah. VT radio. You know what? I'm not surprised. These small stations, they usually look very, very, very like just a little home or a little house, or they really are like very basic. And so I'm not surprised when I saw it. It was almost what I was expecting. Yeah, that looks like WCHP. You're not looking at WCBS New York or something. You're really looking at a little local station. So most of the time, they're kind of in a very, very modest building. Swatcast, according to research, you have a direct strike and indirect lightning strikes. Yep. Feed that poor kitty. It's not fat enough. Thanks for the tip. Man. Madeline St. Kitts, nice to have you here from Puerto Rico. Pretty cool. Yeah, exactly. The UPS, those power banks are like buffers, absolutely. So it's really a big protection. That's why I always say, if you have to buy $100, power bank or something, not power bank, but like power bar, get yourself a UPS. Those not only are going to actually power your devices and give you time to shut them down in the power outage, but they are huge buffers. They kind of just ripple off whatever the power grid goes in. So if there's spikes or anything, they will actually be much better. Much better. Blogger Dice says PayPal thinks Jill's friends and family. That tells you something. We're friends and family now. Mr. Stonegrove, Voice of Vietnam in English, 9730 and 11885. Let's check it out here. 9730. Do I hear anything? Yeah, there's something there. Oh, but 11885 is really, it's the same, so I know that 9730 is Vietnam. But on 11885, look at that, S9. I'm getting a good Voice of Vietnam signal here. 11885. This is great. I miss Voice of Vietnam relays from WHRI. And if you guys remember when Sackville was in working order from New Brunswick, RCI Sackville transmitter site, they also were transmitting relayed from the CBC, the Sackville transmitter site, actually. So 11885, Voice of Vietnam, really nice. Here, check it out. There's a lot of signals. Look at all the signals on the 25 meter band. It's pretty cool. Just gonna lower the microphone here. Here we go. Look at that. Look at all the signals. Really cool signals there on the 25. I'll even span it even more. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that. Lots of stuff on 25 meters. A lot of it probably from China or Asia. Mark GB, nice to have you on board into the channel and also Radio World. How do you all track the stations you listen? Well, some people have logbooks or log sheets on the computers, so where they can actually, log and list everything to listen to. I have my log sheet and my logbook in my head. And of course we use, this is one of the websites I use a lot. EIBI Space is my favorite because it is the most accurate in general, where you have all the listings of the different shortwave stations. So, whoops. There we go. And this enables you to have a little more, know what you're listening to or what's coming up in the schedules. So this is where, I kind of find it cool. We're going to try it, but in a few minutes, we're going to try 9580 for BBC via the Philippines with their English language. I will remember you for official Shortwave channel. Tuberk Tim, nice to have you on board. You could be more polite. Like button boneheads. I like that. It's like, come on. Yeah, I think at this time. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's some kind of language. It's not English, that's for sure. It doesn't sound Asian. What's language that? 11,885. And we're at what? 21, 22, Spanish, 20 and 22. We're at 21 to 22. It's supposed to be in English. It doesn't sound English for some reason. That's weird. It really doesn't sound English for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it's just a flutter and I couldn't listen to it properly. But old radios. Well, I need a SDR meter just to listen to CB. I don't intend on talking. Standing wave meters are only for transmit. You don't need that for listening. Standing wave meters are more like you need them to see if your transmit is, good enough. But for receive, it doesn't. You don't need that. It's like an antenna tuner. Yeah, there could be an advantage to tuning the antenna slightly, but for receive, for the most part, most people will never notice anything. Matthew Fernal, I bought an adapter, so I'm going to try it on my MLE30 to see if it's less noisy. Okay. Thank you, TFB Taloa Fishing, for the donation to feed that poor kitty. Of course, as you see, well, the poor kitty needs a lot of feeding just to see his size. But, that's life. Poor kitty is gonna, need more and more food. And here I am, red again. For Cabrio, let's just, come on. I need to check out why it does this automatically. So, here we go. And, yeah, I got to be careful around gas pumps. There's actually YouTube has these great videos of idiots. And there's one guy that just plays with a lighter next to the gas pump. And he thinks there's nothing bad, but then the fire starts breaking out around the pump itself, where it's like, and he's going crazy. And it's like, what were you expecting, stupid idiot? I don't know. David, nice to have you here from Barcelona, Spain. ¿Cómo está, mi amigo? Just worked W3JPV and W3FN. We were activating parks on the air. Cool. Pretty cool. Mike Beeson and I was picking up 3330 Ottawa time signal here in Southwest Colorado. Not right now, though. I'll try tonight. Try a 7850 right now. And don't forget, there's 14670 also. You can try a 7850 and 14670. Mark GB, take care. Have a good night. Stay safe. Jim Gordon says Texan AM 200 loop does not work with his Sony 2001D on medium wave AM. Yeah, there are some radios it doesn't work well. Depends on the loop is connected, for sure. Kamikaze 76 can't tell how many times he lost dial-up modems due to lightning strikes. Wow. Run an animal, you can get an aquarium, and that will help the dryness in your place. You can enjoy the fish, and Paul may like watching them. Yeah, we had an aquarium when I was young, and I always thought it was so beautiful to have an aquarium. The problem with the aquarium is I don't want to take care of it. You got to clean the aquarium from time to time, and you got to do stuff. But I agree, aquariums are beautiful, and yeah, I would be curious to see Paul the cat reacting. Before Paul arrived, only a year earlier, I had a cockatiel bird. And I always thought, I wondered if Paul the cat would have arrived when I still had the bird, what would have looked like. I would be very, very curious. Yeah, the tube radios are different. So like Kenneth says, KWS 61. Most tube radios are at 450 ohm feed line. So it doesn't work in the same way. So I'm just gonna wait. I don't know if there's gonna be an interval signal or something for 11885. I'm curious to see. Curious to see. 11885. Now 22 is supposed to go off, so. And there's nothing listed after 22. I guess it was Vietnam. Let's try 9580. Oops. Oh yeah, BBC 9580.
Possible military action unless it agrees to nuclear talks. Poland's Prime Minister says overnight Russian air attacks on Ukraine are a result of appeasing a barbarian. The strikes have intensified after the US paused military aid and limited Ukraine's access to commercial satellite imagery.
Using this intelligence, using satellites, we are able to foresee Russian Red Army actions. By cutting that, we become almost one.
Here in Syria's minority Alawite community, as hundreds of people are killed by government security forces.
So BBC coming in really well, and look at all these spikes at 31 meter band. It's really hot right now. So 9580 is the BBC World Service from the Philippines relay. So this is pretty cool. A very good signal here in Montreal. Really, really cool. Hey George, nice to have you here. Old radios, it's interesting. 7200 in other places in the world. People get Unity Radio in Myanmar, here in North America. Yeah, 7200 is a mess here. We carry on 11885 for Tossenloaf. Mike B, I worked at an airport. Fueling planes was part of my job. We had to ground the fuel truck before fueling to prevent sparking. Oh, absolutely. I used to work in a factory that didn't have any idea of safety. And we had big tanks of thinner and of all sorts of other chemicals. And I remember telling them that they had to ground the metal barrels that were on these things. They had to be grounded, because if there was a spark, because too dry, like thinner can catch fire like this. And they didn't believe and never did it. And one day when I left that place, I met one of the guys that worked there maybe 6 months later. He said, oh, by the way, remember when you told the boss that the barrels had to be grounded? I said, yeah. Well, they didn't do it. Yeah. And one day we went to get dinner and all hell broke loose, fire across the place. It's like, yeah, I know. You got to be grounded. You got to make sure that the thinner doesn't catch fire. It's a spark is enough. It's so stupid, you know. It's like, yeah, and you know, that's the worst thing when you have a job and it's like they look at you. You talk intelligent, but they look at you like you're a dumbass. Yeah, well, burn down, you idiots. Jeff K, nice to have you here from New Jersey. N2ZNN. SWAT Cats. I was watching recently of Young Sheldon series final and noticed radios in Sheldon's office that looks like the same radio that Jill has a Panasonic, that radio behind the Yaesu. So, well, the radio behind the Yaesu is a Grundig. It's an old Grundig from 1969. Jim Gordon can hear Voice of Vietnam, 9730, very strong. Frequency used to be swamped by CGTN on English broadcasts. And 3WER, yeah, 11860 is Radio Marti from the United States to Cuba in Spanish. Jim Gordon associates 11885 with Turkey. Yeah, they might have been there at some point, I guess, but I don't think they are there anymore. Marvin Mons, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. Just received my license. Surprised they gave me 1 kilowatt permission for a long-wave band. JJ5QNF. Welcome aboard, JJ5QNF. Hopefully we'll make contact someday. Already, sometimes, problem sometimes if you have cats, they treat your speaker grills like a scratching post. Yeah, but there's ways around that. You have to put stuff around that they're going to want to use that instead of whatever. You know, I had one moment when Mignon was here. I had my working boots, and that's where she would go. And I was like, well, that's fine. I'd rather you scratch my boots than you scratch the rest of the house. That's cool, old radios. Have fun. Yeah, you need a balance for 450. You'd have to match it. Hey, Brian. Nice to have you here from Cape Cod. Here, because you're here now. Here's Mr. Paul. Well, he's not in the most beautiful position, though. But here's Mr. Paul, the cat. Here's Mr. Paul, the cat. Doing his little cleaning up. He's cleaning up right now. So, yeah. This is, this is Paul. Right now. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you on board. I used to make printing ink and poured a lot of chemicals, had to ground the drums. Absolutely, absolutely. The Stormgrove, I have a carry on 9580, but can hardly make out anything. I had the Saturday transmitted on 17700 from the United Arab Emirates earlier today. Cool. Tosin Love, cars can build up static charges. Yeah, absolutely. Jim Gordon says, Clint from Oxford Shortwave posted about an interesting Spectator magazine UK article that pointed out the security of shortwave as opposed to the vulnerability of the net in mobile phones. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of talk about that, you know. I find it sad because at the days we are right now, with more and more uncertainties and tensions around the world, shortwave is needed because shortwave gets across barriers, and you can easily have, shortwave transmissions going across oceans and barriers and whatever, and borders where local stations can't. And you know what? This is what keeps you, get your news out there, honestly. Shortwave, I think a lot of countries that actually turned off shortwave aren't thinking about the consequence of, but one day you might need it. You might need to have shortwave back. And so that is extremely important to understand. So, do think about it. Because I think it is important to keep shortwave alive. So don't forget, guys, if you enjoy my content, there's the super chat here where you can give a little something. And you know what? There's also the shrimp. It's the pizza fund, but tonight is the shrimp salad fund. And it is much appreciated if you don't want me to starve. And once again, I'm going to repeat it. If you never donated, or it's not always the same people to donate, it's extremely important to understand that nothing is free in life. You like this, you're here all the time, you love, I answered questions for you. Maybe I helped you out in some way. Well, you know what? How about thinking of a little donation, guys? Much appreciated, okay? So PayPal for the shrimp salad fund that I will be ordering tonight from the restaurant. And, of course, the super chat. It is much appreciated and important if you want to keep this going. Every Saturday I'm here. It's always cool. But, imagine if this would go away someday. I don't think you'd find that cool. So thanks for the donations, guys. Thanks for everybody. And don't forget, next week, I forgot again this week, next week is going to be officially the drawing of, for everybody that donated, it will be a drawing of 2 CIDX memberships, the Canadian International DX Club. This is going to be happening next week. If you're already a member, we'll extend your membership by 1 year. If you're not, well, new membership, we'll have a bulletin that comes in. And just to give you an idea of what it looks like, this is the bulletin for the month of March 2025. Here we go. And this is a great bulletin, actually. It's really, really nice. I have a utility column in there. It's really cool. And so, lots of stuff in here, from medium wave to long wave to the logging columns, my utility column, technical talks of all kind. It's a great club, and you're really a member of a club, actually. And this is what you got to understand. It's not just you're getting a bulletin. You're a member of a club, and we have a Zoom meeting every month too. And so this is going to be cool. And don't forget that, as promised, we're going to try by the end of this month to have some Zoom meeting going on for everybody here on the channel. It's not exclusive. And hopefully you can join in, say hello. So here we go. Here we go. And have fun. Blogger die. Shrimp salad actually sounds good. Oh, it is really good too, and it's a really big one. It's a big salad, and it comes with a garlic bread, which is really nice. Brian Penny, hope that CIDX. I went to CIDX membership. That shot into the slave driver. So no, that will be next week. I will make sure. Tomorrow, actually, I'll sit down and make sure that I get all the names of the donations in the past few months, both here and both on the PayPal. And I will actually make take a little box and put the names in there, and we'll draw the names of 2 people that will be lucky winners. And, well, Brian, cheap labor. That's the problem, Brian. February was such a short month. It was like, wow, I got to do that, I got to do that utility column now. It was like, oh, God. It just came so fast. Okay, so the BBC from the Philippines, 9580. What do we have? Let's, you know what? I'm gonna actually take the span, put it a little smaller. Let's go down. So first of all, 9200 has a radar. So 9265 is WINB in Red Lion, Pennsylvania. That's I'm just gonna put the frequencies here so I can check out what's out there. Now here for everybody that enjoys Paul the Cat. Here he is. He's quiet. He's just... Here you go. Here you go, Paul. Huh? What do you think? What do you think? Little kitty? Look at that. Happy little cat. Yeah. You know. Love you, babe. Yeah. 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 Here you go. Here you go. By the way, Brian, he loves your the treats that you've sent. Oh, the cat. Beautiful kitty here. Beautiful kitty. Saying hello to everybody. What are you doing with that thing in my face? That's pretty much what he's asking himself right now. What are you doing with that thing in my face? So, here we go. Paul the Cat saying hi to everybody. So what else do we have? Let's check out what's out there. Let's see what's out there. 92. Very strong signal from WBCQ. World Last Crap on 9330 kilohertz. Sounds like Portuguese right now.
Realmente não é milenismo, tudo se encaixa. E quanto mais estudar.
9350.
Pray for each other.
WWCR. Nashville.
Praying for you.
9395 is WRMI in Florida. $94.10, there's some music. So 22, I'm looking at 22, it's there. 94.10, it's China radio in Portuguese. And 565 is Radio Marti in the United States towards Cuba. $96.90 Radio Exterior de España in Spanish.
Sobre pues, género, sexo, sexualidad, igualdad, masculinidades. Se deben crear espacios de aprendizaje entre pares, guiados siempre por hombres feministas que quieran y que puedan hacer esta labor pedagógica que muchas veces puede ser pues, bastante dura, ¿no? Y también en cuanto a la docencia, creo que es necesario formar y dar herramientas al profesorado que se enfrenta a situaciones.
Is getting CB stations hard, easy on the S2200X? Yeah, pretty easy. It's very, very easy to hear CB radio on a 27 megahertz range. Will Paul get a... yeah, he will. Definitely get a shrimp. He will just look at my salad and smell and say, oh, I want some. It's like the pizza. When I get the pizza, he wants to have a pepperoni. Richard Wagner, look of utter contempt from Paul the Cat. VT Radio, we have a new kitten in the house. Fortunately, he gets along with our 7-year-old female. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. Paul the Cat looks like old Morris the Cat. Yeah. Here in French we had I don't know in English if would they had that wording, but here we had Maurice le Difficile, which means Morris the kind of hard to contempt cat, if you want. Morris the Difficult. Didn't want to eat anything. Bob's Old Records just bought a laptop and RTL dongle. Still working on connectivity issues. What RTL dongle did you purchase, Bob's Old Records, just out of curiosity? Yeah, that's exactly what would happen, Mike B. Paul the Cat is relaxed and just, you know. It's going to be 10 years. I can't believe it. 10 years coming up this year. 10 years that Paul the Cat is here in my home. 10 years in June. So, which puts him, according to my calculations, to about 12 years of age. About 12 years of age. So, 9765 with music. That would be 9765 with music. That could be on 9765. 22 and 765. Oh, it would be Madagascar World Voice in Portugal, the Palavra Alegre. Palavra Alegre. From Madagascar, a 9765 with music. And it's the kind of music that I think it is, probably. $98.60. What is that? $98.60. We get China Radio. $99.00. China Radio. $9980, which I think is WWCR. 10,000. But I do hear, if you guys want to try it, 99699. Oops. There we go. 9996. I hear the time pips from the RWM time signal. So hey guys, I will take a break for a few seconds. I need to go and have a little pee. And so I will be back soon. And with that, I will leave you with the beautiful, beautiful Paul the Cat moment right here. Right here. As we have Paul the Cat live for a few seconds. So I hope everything will be fine. So Paul the Cat, he is going to be here. If I can. Now he wants to. Oh, yeah, okay. I get what's happening. Okay. I don't know why. Okay, what happened here? Usually this. Oh, I gotta put it the other side. Okay, here we go. This is gonna be better. Paul the cat time. Paul the cat time. Here we go. With the wires and everything. Yeah. So what the hell is happening? I got a little technical problem here with Paul the cat. Won't be very long. Paul the cat. Wow, it worked earlier. What the hell is happening here? I've got a little. I think I've got a little problem with the. There we go. The actual working of the camera. Here we go. So Paul the cat is in the house. And what the hell? Okay. I don't know why. Something is happening here on the camera that I need to fix. Here we go. I don't know why he doesn't want to. For some reason, I got a little problem here. It's like magic stuff. So here's Paul the cat. For your judgment while I go and pee. I'm sorry, but I don't know why something's happening here. Oh, I think I know now. So this part here needs to be different. Here we go. Oh god. Here we go. No, it doesn't work. What the hell? Something is happening with my here we go. Yeah, this isn't the way I want it. Yeah, I know. Yes, look at that. Look at this little paw here. The little paw because he wants to touch me. Okay. Well, the cat won't be long, guys. Need to go pee if I can fix this thing before I go pee. If I can do it. There we go. So here we go. Coming back to the cam here. For some reason there was something weird with the camera that I couldn't. Here we go. So we have. Change this around. Time pips on 9996, which are from the RWM time signal station out of Moscow, Russia. And let's just reload here. Okay. There we go. David. Okay, one of my old radios. One of my cats still young. She randomly attacks my foot. Yeah, young cats are like full of energy. So it's like, you know, anything moving, anything lying around. Paul the cat used to be like that a lot, but now he's kind of a more quiet, a lot more quiet. Kevin, nice to have you on board, my friend. Much appreciated. Jim Gordon, more TEF 6686 base DP 666 radios are appearing on the websites. Multi-vendor of China, prices vary. Yeah, it will be something to test out. I mean, we need, you know, these radios when they come out, it's very, very simple. We need to, you know, somebody has to buy one and test it and see how good they are or not. Kevin, 5 more work days and he's retired. I think I might become an expat. Well, you know what? Congratulations on being retired and now having time to do maybe a lot more of the stuff you want to do. BT Radio just got a new country on 15 meters FT8. St. Helena Island. Yeah, Paul the cat cam. Red water, all Paul, all the time. Yeah. Oh man, this place is cluttered like crazy. I need to really fix the mess. Andrew the Xer says Paul is too modest for fame. Take care of VT Radio and have a good dinner. Maybe we'll be back. Francis Moore, Canada Rackets, I have some paperwork to start out, so your broadcast will be in the background. Well, nice to have you on board. Send you a few bobs towards pizza. Thank you so much for the donation. Gotta come to Canada, best country in the world. What else do we have? Old radios. So Francis Moore, thank you for the tip. Field Tune, nice to have you here from Northeast England. Nice to have you on board, guys. Always cool. You're back, Greg Martinetti. Nice to have you here. Mr. Stongrove. He's got 4995, 9995, upper sideband, and about the same. Tried 10,000 as well. USB. I think I got WWVH. Oh God, Kenneth, you don't want to know. The rest of the house isn't too bad. At least that is, but this room, you know, I always laugh because everybody shares that meme of the guy giving like Zoom meetings, and it's like, welcome to this Zoom meeting, and he's got this really nice background, which looks like this nice background, but the rest of the place is like the worst that you can be. So it's like, yeah, you know. So everybody looks at this and they're like, oh, wow, what a beautiful room. Yeah, well, we'll say. It's just like, oh, God. But every time I come in this room, I'm like, I really got to take some time and clean it off. Because, it gets me depressed. I need to clean it off at some point. I mean, it's like, I almost hesitate showing Paul the cat because you guys are going to see all the clutter and all the stuff lying around. It's like, yeah, it's not the best beautiful moment in the world. Oh, God. So I'm just going to reposition the saturation so I don't look like a lobster. Here we go. Now I look like a dead person because I'm too pale, but that's fine. Kevin says you can't declutter all your radios spark joy. Yeah. Madrid DXer, I noticed today that the RTTY signal normally on WRMI's frequency 15770 may have moved to 15780. Huh. That's interesting. I don't know. Here, because I heard that RTTY signal on 15770 a lot. Here, it seems to have disappeared, maybe because of propagation for a long time. Unless maybe it's been a long time they moved to 15780. Jeff K, anyone ever hear of long range AM before I took it up? Is it real? What do you mean exactly by long range AM? Long range AM. It's like from DXing overseas or just local but as far as possible? I'm just curious by what you mean by long range AM. Mr. Storm, been there, done that on Teams. All radios. I want the most I can get. The free airwaves, the big antennas rules. Dave Newmeyer, N0KM. Couple of pirates yesterday evening. So it's pretty cool. And he was hearing 6970 on the Pennsylvania WebSDR. Rock and Ron, that's the thing. That's the thing. I won't be able to find anything. Fred Water, I see the clutter and chant, one of us, one of us, one of us. Mad Radio DXer. Getting more radio type signals almost all the bands, and I have very strong signals. Are you getting them too? Could it be related to events in Ukraine? I have this week noticed the appearance of, and I mean it sounds exactly the same, a woodpecker type radar. And it was exactly at the same rhythm of the woodpeckers of the 80s, which were Russian radars. And there's these types of radars that are kind of random type radars on different frequencies all the time that I've seen more and more active and showing up everywhere. There's definitely something going on with that. I don't know if it's maybe the perfection, the art of over the horizon radar detection, which is totally possible. But I think you're not wrong in thinking there's more of these. I kind of perceive them too. Is it because of Ukraine? I think it's more than that. I think it's global events. I think that with what's happening, a lot of countries have invested in, maybe we need to have more detection capability, I would say. Because let's face it, without going into any politics at all, we are facing a world that is more than ever right now weird and dysfunctional. And I would not be surprised that there's a lot of countries, including some of the countries we already know that have these types of things, like Russia, but also Europe. You know, I wouldn't be surprised that NATO would be working on stuff like that. I think we're in a moment where we start thinking, you know what, let's go back and check out some of the stuff. You know, I say it all the time. Why are there countries that have not dismantled their shortwave transmitters, even though the stations don't broadcast anymore, and they're maintaining them in working order? There's something going on. You know, once again, I don't think there's going to be a shortwave revival, but I think there's a shortwave. How should we call it? A shortwave. I guess we maybe are understanding finally that shortwave is interesting, because when we get into moments where it's tougher and tougher, you know what? Shortwave is there and doesn't have borders. Once again, you know, we got to understand that it doesn't have borders, and that is something that we need to think about, because I can tell you, things are getting complicated. And, you know, and as you might know, complicated with countries that were never complicated before. So I think some people somewhere and some organizations are thinking, well, maybe we should, you know, build stuff and make sure that we could have an advantage in case of whatever's coming on. Old Radios wants to know if anyone has a radio with pre-war FM band. It's got a 1947 Zenith, doesn't work. But I don't think the FM band existed. Okay, let's check out here with some. Dave Newmeyer, CHU 14670, strong in Colorado now. So if you guys want to try it there on the West Coast, 14670, CHU Canada. RJ Dakota, yes, at one point an FM band was below 60 megahertz. So that's why maybe if you have a radio with that band, there's nothing on it. So probably there's nothing to listen to there. Fred Waterer, Cold War II. Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah, because there's a lot of, you know, like if you look at old radios from the early, you know, the beginning of the last century, we didn't have the electronics to deal with going, you know, today we go in the gigahertz range, and it's like crazy because we have transistors. and circuits that can deal with the really fast oscillation and that needed to go to those high frequencies. But, you know, put yourself 100 years ago. Having something that is 100 megahertz was a challenge. It's like, how can we oscillate at 100 megahertz? That's way too fast. The tubes and the circuitry back in the day, it was like darn complicated. So that's why a lot of the stuff was in lower frequencies. That's because it was just too complicated to go higher than that. As simple as that. And at some point, you know, so but there's a lot of the things that we don't, you know, today we take for granted that it's, yeah, but, you know, 100 years ago, again, it's complicated to do the same thing, you know. If we look at what we have today, I look at my Yaesu here, or an SDR, I mean, for 35, 40 bucks, you got an SDR. That is so much more powerful than a big chunk of what's ever done in the last century. And you're like, wow. I mean, we've advanced in technology, something big. Yet, when we say that, if I say that, we're also in technology that, honestly, imagine 100 years from now, what radio technology will be about. You know, I always hear radio is an old technology. I'm sorry, but in 100 years from now, radio will still be there. It's not an old technology. It's a technology. You know, it's a technology. And I can tell you that it's going to move on and it's going to change. Like in amateur radio. You like it or not, FT8 changed amateur radio forever. You know? And when people tell me, well, you know, it gave me the possibility to DX, which what I never was able to DX before. When I hear someone in ham radio that says, well, FT8 is not ham radio, my answer would be, how about you get out of ham radio, because you obviously don't understand what ham radio is all about. Innovation, changes, new technologies. It's the same when we went back to, oh, no more Morse code. Now we're going to have dumb hams. No. I'm sorry, we're moving on in technology. We're moving on in time. Yeah, we should still have these punch cards with little holes for computers. I'm sure that's what we need today. No, we're moving on in technology. Amateur radio is also moving on. Honestly, amateur radio would be further ahead if there was those old geezers that refuse to move on to new technology. I mean, we all have that. I mean, we're all fond of, you know, our listening and our habits and our static. But we need to move on. And moving on means, you know, maybe 100 years from now, ham radio operations will have no more voice communications. It will be weird and incredible modes that will give us things that we never dreamed of. So that shouldn't exist because a human being can't talk with another one in voice or in Morse code. Nope. We're moving on. That's the way it is. And I say it all the time. The AM radio the AM radio tests need to be changed. We're not in 1950. You know, I say it all the time. Well, you need to learn about transistors and stuff like that. Oh, well, you know, you need to know how it works. No, you don't need to know how it works. You need to know the basic operations. Today, will someone open his Yaesu FTDX10 to fix it? No, the old geezers that have technical skills, they will go in there and do stuff. The majority will not. We needed to know about electronics in 1950 because we had to fix our tube rigs. We're in 2025. Nobody will fix that new radio that they purchased. It's unfixable almost anyways, and we don't need to know if a transistor what it does. It's not part of a training that we need anymore in amateur radio. Yes, in the advanced classes, that's where they exist. There we'll go. If you want to know, go there. The basic license, you don't need that. You need to know how to operate, because I tell you right now, the majority of freaking people on the handbands don't know how to operate. And that is even worse. Because you know what? There's an etiquette, there's a way of operating, and there's a way of doing things. You know, when you tune your freaking rig on the frequency of a DX station, you're the biggest ham idiot in the world. So we need to change things. But you know what is bringing it? It's not happening. Old users are just there. It's like, no. We need to know what a transistor does. Yeah, why? Why? Tell me why. Tell me why in 2025. That's all I got to say. I was just going to say that. No. The tests of today are not relevant to the technologies of today in amateur radio. Okay? In 2025, a ham test would be antennas, how they work, because we need to know antennas. We need to know stuff like that. Yes, absolutely. We need to know that the transceivers, how they work. We need to know etiquette, how to operate, how to do a contact. The different information about the contacts, the modes we have, and all of that. And the rules behind all of it. Okay. Do I need to know how to repair my rig? Not in 2025. Do I need to know how a power supply works? Nope. You just buy a freaking rig and a freaking power supply, plug them together. That's all. You don't build your power supply in 2025. You don't tweak your radio in 2025. You just need to just put these two wires together, and then here we go. We're on. So antennas are important because it's still a big thing about radio. We need to know a little bit of antennas and how they work. We need to know rules. We need to know the basic functionalities of this is, the frequency ranges we are allowed, things we're not supposed to do. There's a lot of little things. There's already a lot of rules we need to know. But we don't need to know what a transistor does, why it's there, and why we should know about, anything about that. We don't. I'm okay with the fact that the advanced license does that, because the advanced license, you're going into another territory. I'm looking at going in the advanced license in Canada right now. Now you need to know, electronics and all that. Why? Because it's different. The advanced license gives you the possibility to build stuff, do things. You need to know these rules. You need to know how things work. But the basic license, you want to have more hands in the future? Yeah. Ask them about why a transistor, how it works, why resistors are resistors, and it was like, who cares? Who cares? If you want to have more hams in the future, that is not necessary. They're buying a freaking radio that probably isn't repairable, except from some really high-end point, and just make good operators, because you're missing the point. We're getting shitty operators now. Oh yeah, I got this radio, and I'm just gonna go on and that's it. And you know what? I would trade off one thing. If you're at your basic license, it's fine that there's rules. And it's fine that maybe you're limited to 100 watts. It's okay. But at the advanced license, there should be also rules. And I think there's not enough of them. The advanced license is old geezers thinking they can do whatever they want, which is also something that shouldn't be. So that was my AM license. I'm tired of a lot of shit about it. But I'm also very happy to be a ham. I can tell you that. But you know what? We have to be in 2025, not in 1950. And that is the problem. We're stuck with a ham license, like, a ham test that's stuck in 1950. We need a ham license with a test that's 2025 proof. Okay? You want to do CW Morse code? Fine. Be happy. Do it. Stop complaining that, oh, well, these newcomers, they don't do that. You know what? A lot of those hams that do CW are the worst freaking operators in the world. Sorry. Doesn't make you a better operator. You just need to adapt, and that's the world we are in. And you know what? There's nothing we can do because the old geezers all have control. The ARRL needs to freshen up and be 2025. The ARRL, I've seen tons of things of the American Radio Relay League. And same of Radio Amateurs of Canada. I will not put like just one. They're all old geezers thinking this is the rules. You know what? Radio Amateurs of Canada and the ARRL needs to just freaking sit on their ass, take the old geezers, push them apart, and say, here's the new era of amateur radio. And this is how it is in 2025. You know what? I bet you we're going to get more AM licensed operators if we just make it a little easier. I hear this comment all the time. It's like, so you're going to dumb down the AM? No, we're not going to dumb it down. We're going to adapt the license. You're still passing a test. Why do you make it complicated with rules and things that aren't what is 2025? That's where it needs to be fixed. Okay? That's where it needs to be fixed. So this was my rant about amateur radio right now. Matter of the externado and the Stanax signals, maybe they are using a new mode if it's them. No, I don't think it's a new mode. I think it's really radars. But there's a lot of them. I heard one as high as 27,800 one day. Really, really high in frequency. I was surprised. Rock and rod, internet, and cell phone can be shut down. Yep, absolutely. But people don't understand that. They can be shut off really, really quick. Think about the events of today, of this week. Even here in Canada, I'm going to tell you one thing. We're freaking thinking very differently in the past few weeks. And it brings me back to, well, okay. What differs from now and 100 years ago? And, it makes you think about who has power, what has power, what is power, and us and all of that. Radio. Transmissions. I'll do a little prediction here. By the end of the year, Voice of America is gone from shortwave. And now, take note of that in your books and something, and tell me in a year from now, You were wrong. Well, I'm really scared. I think it is going to happen. No more voice of, you know, the American point of view. We got the BBC. We got, you know, I think VOA has its place. Radio Free Asia has its place. Once again, without being political, somebody said Radio Free Europe is unnecessary now. Europe is free. Really? I don't see much freedom in Ukraine right now. I don't see much freedom in some of the... Have you guys seen what Hungary looks like? I have the impression Hungary is more of a, you know, Cold War communist country than it is a free world country. So Radio Free Europe doesn't have its place. It still has its place. It all has its place. Not counting someone that shouldn't being friends with Putin in Russia. Things are really not looking that great right now. No politics. You can mention, if you have a way of wording your concerns in a beautiful, non-politic way, you can do it, but no politics. Speedy just bought it. 501X. Oh, you're going to love it. Much better. Much better. It's a great, great, great radio. You're going to have fun with that. David says, moments ago, I had a very strong, rapidly pulsating radio-like signal on 40 millimeter band, 7190 kilohertz. Yep. Did it sound like a really like standard woodpecker type thing? It's been all around the bands recently. It's very interesting. RCA's Armstrong ad FM band on 47 megahertz. Wow. Okay. Interesting. RGA, Speedy, big junky magnetrons and wave guys. RGA Dakota, between 32 to 52 megahertz. And fun fact, there used to indeed be a channel 1. It was removed from the band because of RF interference. Oh, that's interesting. Dave Newmeyer says our Borg implants will have shortwave. Mario DX, I'd rather have my radio fixed by an approved repair person rather than do an amateur job myself if the fix is not simple. Sharp and pokey. What do I know when I used to stick a dime for a telephone call? I used to bend a paperclip in half, its scraping in the voice box on the exchange box. Get free calls. David, the EA test includes 2 parts. One on radio electronics and technical aspects, and another on related legislation and operation practices. So etiquette is definitely covered here. Okay. RJ Dakota, I do understand basic electrical and electronics, but I don't think I want to build a radio from the ground up, and if I did that, it would have to pass safety inspection codes anyway. You know? RGA Dakota, those tests are far out of date. Absolutely. Craig Martinetti, you know, a friend of mine told me, that is a ham, told me, well, we're going to dumb down the tests. And I told him, so you want amateur radio to be an elite of, I won't say the word intelligent people, of people that have the capability of, because they're not necessarily intelligent. It doesn't work like that. But have the capability of understanding those notions of what is, no, That so you want to have this elite of amateur radios, and well, you know, people that aren't there will not be able to get into this hobby. So, stupid. It's just stupid. Idaho Head, nice to have you here from North Idaho. Marvin Mott's amateur radio is no longer a DIY hobby. That exactly is the thing. But you can DIY if you want. I have advanced license and explore making my own. This is what I was saying, Marvin Motts. Have the basic license for the non-DIY, and if you are a DIY, anyways, you'll be able to go past that advanced license for the DIY person. And I think that is great. I think that is great. Oh yeah, 7200. I mean, look. It's crazy. And there's more and more frequencies are popping up with that crap, too. Manual DXer, I think getting rid of that Morse code requirement for ham exams in the UK is a very good thing. Otherwise, the younger generation would not go. Yeah, why do you need CW in 2025? So somebody's going to tell me, well, you know, it goes through the FT8 goes through that noise 100 times better than CW. You would be able to FT8 a message that a CW operator will not get. What I mean by that is not that CW should be gone. No, at all. In a circumstance, once again, we talk about, you know, war times, times that are dire where we don't have any equipment. I mean, FT8 requires computers or devices. We might be in a situation where those devices are not available. CW is the next best thing with our human brain. So we do still need qualified CW operators. Here, our advanced license in Canada still requires 5 words per minute. I believe it's 5 words per minute understanding of CW. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Let's not take that away on the advanced license. On the advanced license, let's not take it away. I mean, if you're going to the advanced, you're a geek. You're a radio geek. So go for the CW also. So it's fine. It's fine. We need that diversity of things. On the basic, no. But on the advanced, I think it's fine to have that. You know? I think it's okay. So Mike B has studied his smoke signals. I want to do that, smoke signals. I'm going to go on top of Mont Royal here because there's a mountain in the middle of the city here and do my smoke signals. Where smoke signals, actually smoke signals were like Morse code in visual form, basically. Rusty Rails, nice to have you on board. Why do Canadians love Florida? Because as you get older, let me just go down here. I'm gonna answer it in a few seconds. There is something about that is understandable. So okay, this is good. James Radio check. I can never get a ham license because I'm not good at the electrical part of it. There you go. And you don't need to know that much about it. A little bit of electricity basic maybe, but no electronics. John has 7220 Radio Romania. So let's go. 7220 is still there. Here we go. This is on the Texan H51X, and it has actually I hear China radio in the kind of the behind the signal 7220, but it's strong signal here, very strong signal. 7220, sorry. So for
Romanian interim president John on Monday had a telephone conversation with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, saying the North Atlantic Alliance is the main guarantor of Romania's security. He insisted on the importance.
So yep, this is Radio Romania, which is for Western Europe at this time. Is Turkey on? 596. Yeah, Voice of Turkey is on 5960. And they are back, thanks to listeners' letters, by the way. They are back to their regular programming. (5960), Voice of Turkey. Okay, let's go back. You know what's the worst about that? Well, radios. I'm going to come back to that that comment. Matter of the extra. So getting rid of the Morse code. Yeah. I know that some countries are still there. Old radios. Yeah. You know what? And that's the biggest problem. The worst hams in the world are the ones who poo-poo CB radio. How many amateur radio operators came out of CB radio? Honestly. A really big chunk of them. And those that decided, oh no, but you know CB radio is like the low grade. Have you heard the ham bands recently? I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm not that sure that CB radio is such low grade when I compare that. I got here a bunch of guys that on Friday nights on Channel 20 upper sideband are more knowledgeable on radios, electronics, and everything than hams. And they are not hams. They do cheat. They do have ham gear modified to have higher power. But these guys are much more professional than a lot of freaking hams that I see. And I can tell you that. Being ham for the last 4 years now, I gotta tell you, dang. There's some low-grade hams, and a lot of them in the bands. I can tell you one thing. We need to fix that. Justin says, yep, personally interested in electronics side, but I don't think it's needed on the test these days. You can learn independently if you're interested. Exactly. And that's the thing. My WX50, yeah, I know. And I know a lot of people do. And, you know. Sharp and Pokey, you know what? As we get older, so you need to come and live here in Montreal. And live through one winter. When you're young, mid-age, middle age, not too bad. But when you get old, like today, I went to get some stuff, and I passed through I had a bad idea of going through a alley where there was tons of ice, and it was like, as you get older, you understand that Canadian winters are getting harsh and tough. So the snowbirds, as we call them from Canada, go to Florida during the winter because, we'll stay in the warm weather and we'll be fine. don't have to face the harsh winters and all of that. And that's why it happens. That's all. It's alright. You guys don't have to apologize. I know that it's not. It's not. We're getting too close to politics here, but it's not necessarily people themselves that are a problem. It's a certain idiot, and let's just say it. Let's just stop there. Okay. So, what do we have? Okay. What else do we have? For the rest, sharp and pokey, let's keep it to, it doesn't matter. Here we're talking about radio, okay? I know ahead, are there any QRM filters for shortwave that actually work? Here's the problem. So noise is noise, and in a noisy environment, you're a noisy environment. Even, like people praise the, look, my Yaesu has a feature which is digital noise reduction, which works okay. It's not a miracle. Okay. I mean, if it's very noisy, none of these digital filters work really. When I see people saying, oh, the noise filter on this, no, it's not. And honestly, if you listen to any of the things through these noise filters, personally, I don't find that it's that much improved because they add another problem. The digital noise filtering makes the audio sound bizarre with frequencies that are more limited. And it's like, honestly, it doesn't sound that much better most of the time. It just doesn't have static. It not necessarily sounds better. You got to be careful with that. And the other thing is, the problem is noise. We have noise. Maybe AI-driven noise reducers at some point could help. I think that could be good. But honestly, problem is noise. And we got to remove noise, not try to deal with noise. We'll have to remove noise if you want to really listen to. What do we have? David says, yes, a rapidly pulsating woodpecker. Yeah, there's a lot of those coming on lately. John says some ham bands are bad at CB radio. Yep. William, I have no license, but I have ham radios for listening and for emergencies. If I want to talk long distance, I have CB. Yeah. Michael, nice to have you on board. Says, have to agree with Jill and it's spot on. I'm going to tell you. We're not in 1950 anymore. To Rogue Tim, technology is not. You know why? Because as we get in a complex world, nothing is working except shortwave. Streaming is not killing anything. Podcast listening at some point for people that want to have podcasts, that is a different aspect. People aren't streaming. People are maybe listening to podcasts of shows. Yes. But I can tell you one thing. We have, like on the International Radio Report, we regularly have stats of that from different companies. And I can tell you one thing. Radio is still 70% of what people consume. So it's not being killed at all. And I can tell you one thing. Shortwave is not irrelevant. It's actually getting more important than ever with what's happening right now. Yeah, Keegan. I think Keegan could have a hard time in Northwest Arkansas with his dad. I mean, was it last week he was here? Last week or 2 weeks ago? I think it was last week. And it's a rough ride. Losing someone is a rough ride already. I've lost enough people in life to be there many times, and I'm still suffering from that from time to time. And I think it never goes away. I think anybody out there, if you love your parents and they're gone, I mean, there are little moments, little things that bring back memories, and they're never totally gone. They're still part of you. Keegan is, I think, a great person. I feel it from even just a chat room. In a chat room, who's I've been 13 years since 2012. 13 years watching chat rooms, and I know who's good, and I know who's iffy. We have a feel, even through texts. After years of reading, who's on the edge, who's good, also the majority of people are great. So you know what? He's there's a two-part to this, and I don't want to talk too much about it because it's we're not there for that. But one part is I think he got kind of heckled by somebody that faked his identity on chat rooms. We had him actually hear that fake identity at one point. Shows how social media and being online, being just out there can be a complex thing sometimes. Also, he had health problems, and his dad passing away. And I mean, on so many posts here, how many times did he mention his dad? That shows you how proud, how happy he was about his dad. But that also shows you how tough it must be to lose that reference. We're in a world where we're just put here. If you don't have parents and family or friends, you're alone. You're alone. You're in that. The world is out there, but you're alone. The reference we get to our world is whatever your parents give you, or friends give you, or family give you. And we live through that because of our encounters and the people around us. But when that reference is so important to you, and that reference passes away, it's a tough thing. And I sincerely hope that he's doing well and being the best that he can. It takes time to go through stuff. I've mentioned many of my struggles here. Up to a certain point, I got to tell you guys, there have been nights that I've done live shows that I wasn't feeling well. I felt alone, felt that I was struggling alone in my own little bubble. But you know what? I turned on the camera, turned on the live feed, and I've got tons of people here. It's like I've got a crowd of people, even though it's just a chat. And I go through all of that. And I see from comments here and there how people are like, you know what? I appreciate so much what you do. It makes you feel good. It makes you change your mind from the dark side. We all have a dark side. Anyone telling me it doesn't have a dark side is lying. We have a dark side. We have a side that we will go to, which is not beautiful. And we need to learn to get out of it. We need to learn to just move to that beautiful side and get out of that moment that is not cool. There's many things that I've never told everyone here, and I will never say because it's very personal. But there, in those 13 years of live shows, there have been times I turned on the camera feeling really crappy. And I ended up after an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours show feeling much better. Why? Because I had people around me. I had people around me. I had you guys around me. You guys were telling me you're important. If this is not here, you know, it would be so sad. And it makes me feel like I have I don't know, in my life, I've decided that I have this, with all these comments, I have this, I don't know, this, I'm trying to find a word here, this job of just, well, you got to be here, because you know what? People are waiting for you. People are just out there waiting for you to be here, talk, and share. And over the years, when I had people tell me, you know what, and that I've changed their lives, or you know, sick people that without me, the happiness they have in their life is watching me every week. Because they lost their abilities. You know, I'm a caregiver. I understand what losing ability is all about. I can tell you one thing. In the last week, in a scale from 1 to 10, how I feel, it was like 3.5. I've had to deal with stuff that was so freaking hard in those duties that I have, that this week has been a bad week for me. But you know, I keep my spirits high, and I do the best, and I do this show, and I'm happy to be here. You know what? There's one thing that's interesting. I hadn't moved from once a week to once a month, and I know a lot of people found it sad. But I just don't have the energy anymore. There's a limit to the amount of energy you can have when you are a caregiver, and when things around you just don't go right. And I did have a moment where I thought maybe live shows are over. And, you know, that's what I say when I talk about donations. It helps a lot. And it's not a question of money. It's a question of, it's my job. It's, you know, I don't have a full-time job or a part-time job. My job is this. That's why I'm a little intense maybe about donations or whatever. But you know what? This is my job. Like the tech channel. I got 2 channels to take care of every week. You know, I wake up in the morning and do videos. Anyways. There are weeks that are rough. This week is a rough one. I had to take care of someone that, you know, fell on the floor, naked. You know, I'll be very blunt here. Naked, has pooed all over him and everything, and it's like you just got to go there and help out and do the best you can, clean the person, clean up the mess, and you know, and then you get some calls from your friends, and you're like, "Oh, how about you come out tonight and have fun with us?" It's like, I can't. I can't do that. If I can't go out, I can't leave that person alone. There's a lot of going on, and this is where it's tough for a lot of people in different things. I know some of you are caregivers. I know some of you out there that, have these loss of, maybe your wife, your someone in the family is dear, important, a friend. We got to move on, we got to move on, and that's the way it is. Tilbrook Tim, you're a trucker. Oh, cool. Ken Michael wants to go to Churchill, Northwest Territories. Let's go there together. I'll take a plane. We'll meet up. And listen, I want to listen to Shortwave from there. What does it sound like? Nathan Protosky, nice to have you here. Says, I'm only 22 and I can stand winter. Summer is much better. Yeah, Bert, I'm actually considering getting a CB for my car just for emergency use. Do you guys in the U.S. still have this, what was it called on Channel 9, this kind of emergency service? Here in Canada, well, here in Montreal, we used to have it, but it's not there anymore. WSMR Bruce says, I would agree that CW shouldn't be required, but especially for those building their gear, CW's simplest mode becomes very useful. Yeah. What else do we have? Yeah, and Freelance, I tried RM Noise. It's better on a single sideband in general. The Win 1960, nice to have you here from New York. Pretty cool. Francis Moore, still paperworking. Just thought I would ask, if you wrap your indoor coax with Faraday tape, will this help with noise? Well, not really, because technically the coax, a good coax, pretty much does that in a certain way. The shielding is supposed to prevent that noise from coming in. Yep, Moderator DX or the HF trading signals. Somebody out there understood that, the HF trading signals would be a good idea. Okay, Michael, I agree 100% with you. I lost my soulmate in 2019, best friend lately. Yeah. So that's 7 Steve DX is, I guess, Radio Stereo Hispania is operating on the weekends now. Last several weeks, 96, 90, 17 have been on. Yep. Mike, WX50 was carrier of my mom, which was rewarding, but so tough at the end. It is. It is. Jeff K, thank you for inviting me to your home. Yep. Jeff K, Comstert, we're monitoring Jersey. In Jersey, we're monitoring Channel 9. Don't know if they still do it. So, yeah. As I remember, React. Yeah, thank you, Upstate SWL. I trying to remember what's the name of the service, React. Here, React was last time I heard React here. I think it's like 2015-ish. There's no monitoring anymore now. I can tell you that. Oh yeah, well, you know what, KW1161, the mosquitoes are everything that is territorial in the northern part of Canada. It is like crazy shit. If you want to go there, be freaking prepared to be against those beasts, because they are freaking crazy. And you don't even have to go very far from Montreal. Already Montreal is a limit in the summertime. But I gotta tell you, oh God. It's like enough to drive you crazy. I can tell you that. Totally. So hey guys, if you like what I do, super chat here. And also the shrimp salad from the restaurant fund, which is like the pizza fund, is active with PayPal. Think about it, guys. Like I said, it almost came this close that at some point this summer I said, the hell with it, I got enough. Well, you know what? It's time to come and say hello and say, you know what? I don't want this to go away. And part of it is the friendship. I love the friendship here. And the people that are just freaking great. And, but you know what? All comes down to money at some point. This is my work. So, it's something you got to think about. And again, it's not always the same people that have to donate. Okay? So, thanks for the donations, guys. Okay, so I hear the tone of RWM intense here on 9996. I hear Turkey on 5960. So this is interesting. There's a lot of flutter though. Wondering if there's a little bit of geomagnetic activity going on. I'm just gonna check the indices here. What are the indices that we have right now? Or we could use a phone, because, by the way, if you have a phone, there's a space weather app that shows you the K index, and the K index right now is 5. So 5 is just close to geomagnetic storming. That's why signals are a little fluttery in the Montreal area right now. So that's interesting. So we're going to go up to 0 UT. We'll try Radio Thailand, see if it's coming out. And we'll see what it looks like. Something could be interesting. Thank you, John Tampa, Florida, for the donations. Much appreciated. And don't worry, RJ, you don't have to explain that. I totally know not everybody can. It's fine. It's fine. James Radio Check, same thing. No problem, okay? Actually, I don't want people that can't feel bad. But I do want people that can, and that are always here, feel bad, though. Because I'm sorry, that's the way it is. Go ahead. Thank you so much for your donation. Much appreciated. I think the people that do and have the money for it, if they feel bad, that's fine. They should. Because, if you're here all the time consuming content, you're paying for cable, you're paying for, all sorts of services online. Maybe you have Netflix, but you can't give a penny to one of your favorite, moments of a YouTube guy talking about radio, shortwave. How many people do things like I do? Not a lot. This is where, if you feel bad, or if you don't, you should feel bad. Not the ones that can't. And that's the worst part. It's the people that can't that probably feel bad compared to those that can and just don't. you know, and that's I'll leave it as that, because you know what, people that can and don't and are always here, I'm sorry, but do you work for free? Even if you like what you do, just saying. Okay, and we'll change subject now. What do we have? So next Thursday to Friday is a lunar eclipse. You know what? If you live in a place where it's warm enough, lunar eclipse listening and radio and watching and radio is just great. You know, I mean, there's nothing like just being outdoors watching some, you know, universe phenomena, and that it's it's just great to have a radio with you and tune around and see what's out there at the same time. It's kind of like it completes each other. It's like when I was a teenager, I was, you know, doing some. I had a telescope, 6-inch telescope, and I would watch the skies from far from, you know, like, you know, up north, and I had a shortwave radio, and for me that mix of astronomy and shortwave was just so cool. It's like it went together. It was a great thing, you know. Kev Michael says, I heard that Peru station 11 p.m. last night on the Greenwich Satellite 800 in Spanish. Okay. What frequency? Bob's Old Records, I missed last week, but due to hospital stay, diabetic and neurological issues, I can understand that. My caregiving duties are part of that. Diabetics and everything. It's like somebody ever said, Craig Martinetti, if a majority of people gave $1, it would be better and give more money than a handful of people just giving, you know, oh yeah, Moderator DX, it's always the same people. There's a handful of really generous people. But you know what? You can't ask these people to donate all the time. And you know, you got to thank that, because I'm going to tell you one thing. That handful keeps all of this going. It's sad to talk about money, but money is what's driving, you know, the world. And it's also what's driving what's happening here. So Idaho Head, thank you so much. Guider Phoenix, thank you so much for the donations. Much appreciated. And I will go pee, because I need to go pee. And we'll come back in a few seconds and leave you with a nice, fluffy, hairy, big guy, which is Paul the Cat. Without him, you know. So, here we go. Paul the Cat time. Paul the Cat time. So this is the screen I'm watching, guys. Here's the Amiga 500, the Commodore 64, Commodore 128, sorry. Then and they are working and in working order, by the way. So here's Mr. Paul the Cat. For your enjoyment, for now, he's sleeping like a little baby. Meow? Did you say meow? Meow meow. Oh, the cat says meow. Oh, the cat says meow. Yeah, Paul the cat says meow. Yeah. That's the kitty. That's the Paul the cat. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, babe. Sweetest cat around. I can tell you that. There's no other thing than Paul the cat. I can tell you that. So yes, I've opened another beer for your enjoyment. So if you guys want to just do beer fund, it's fine. And we got that little Paw the cat paw. Supposed to say hi. So let's go back to, okay, there we go, guys. Oops, wrong side. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So we are back. Okay, let's go here. So our signals a Russian baronet on 8131 upper sideband. Okay, it's kind of interesting. 8131. Yeah. That's interesting. I just heard something there. 8131 upper sideband. Brian Penny, yay, Mr. Paul. I know you wanted to see Mr. Paul. Bangladai React Radio Emergency Associated Communications Teams. Yeah. Quentin Graydon recommended a good first radio for shortwave listening. I'm getting MI30 loop for my SDR, but also want to buy a separate radio I can hook it up to on the go. PL330 is great, not too expensive, and a great radio. You will need an adapter though. So Ricky is giving a hug to everybody facing some kind of adversity at the moment. Thank you so much, Ricky. Look at that, a Quintessent DX286, great portable radio. Yeah. PL330 has single sideband, which adds more. And yep, CO1R108, great. Bangladai has great choices there. No, you'll need an adapter, Quentin. On all of these radios, you'll need an adapter for the SMA connector. Francis Moore has watched the Monty Python, A Meaning of Life. That is just so good. Oh man, I haven't watched that in a long time, but it's just so freaking good. The meaning of life. The meaning of life. Oh God. Monty Python all the way is just amazing. Just amazing. Oh God. The ETM feature of the PL330 is amazing, absolutely, as John says. Absolutely. Oh, no, that's a different thing as WL signals. The chat, for the donation to show up in the chat, you have to use what's the super chat here, which gives you a donation capability. When you do it through PayPal, it doesn't show up here. But if you did, I will be happy to say thank you here. So thank you for the donation. It's much appreciated. And if you want me to confirm if I got it, I can check it out just to make sure that it's there. And I'll tell you in a few seconds. And all I can say is thank you so much. Your donation has reached. So Anthony Franz also, thank you so much for the donation. So Anthony and Danny, thank you for the donations. It's here. It has reached the PayPal. So thanks so much, and much appreciated to take the time to do so. So SWL Signals, it's which I guess is Danny. Thank you so much. '57 Steve DX, actually the D808 at raised buttons instead of flush. It would be much more user friendly, especially in the dark. You know, '57 Steve DX, there's a lot of there's a lot of talk about those radios and how they are designed. We do have a certain number of people here on the channel that are blind, and that actually are telling me, you know, going through a radio when you are blind isn't very easy. And this is where you understand, yeah, you know what, that's where our world is not adapted that much to everything around. And I know it even more because my caregiving duties bring me with someone in a wheelchair, and you understand that the world around you isn't done for people with wheelchairs, really. So when I started seeing comments of, you know, I'm blind and I can't figure out. Yeah, you know what? That is interesting because we don't think about that. And this is where Blogger Die. I like Blogger Die's reviews and talk about radios, because I'm the technical, this is how it works and this is good or got good or whatever. He's going more into the ergonomics of, well, this is kind of not really designed well because of the way the buttons are and so on. And so we kind of complete each other, I would say, for that reason. I don't, you know, I don't have a handicap per se, so I don't think about, yeah, but someone will find that this is rough. Huh, yeah, okay. I do have stubby big fingers, in big hands. So when people tell me the PL330 is kind of small, yeah, I know. I got these fingers that press two buttons at the same time. I understand that part yeah, okay. It's kind of small. So, you know. John, isn't WCQ... Well, the 9330 kilohertz is a flat earth thing. The rest is a mix of all sorts of other things. Ron, thank you so much for the donation through the channel. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Look at that. Some speak highly of the Seacrane and Skyway SSB too. I haven't tried one myself. You know what, Blogger Die? So I got the original Skywave SSB. It's okay. I mean, it works fine. But I liked one of the reviewers that I followed that unfortunately passed away. His first comment is, well, there is the Seacrane Skywave SSB 2, which I won't be purchasing because it's way too expensive. I'm there, and I mean, it's not to hurt anyone, because I get a lot of backlash of people saying, well, you know, it's Seacrane radio and designed in USA. It's like, I'm not there. I don't care what country your freaking radio is designed to. And I'm sorry, I don't want to offend anyone. If the radio is designed and, you know what, Nicaragua, and it looks decent, that's all I care. It looks decent and seems nice. And so whatever it is, and that's more of a personal thing. The rest, I don't care. Do you like it? And are you happy with it? It's all that counts. And this is always the basics. When somebody says, well, you know, you're talking about, are you happy with your freaking radio? Then why are you going crazy over what I have said over it? You know, the Eton 750 / Texan S2000 / Grundig 750, crappiest radio for the price that it is. Wow, the backlash I got from that, well, it's still the crappiest radio for the price that it is. But you know what? You're happy with it? Okay. You know, I got a comment this week. A ham. This is like, you know, when it always starts like this. Well, I've been a ham radio for 40 years. I've got an LC90, and you don't know what you're talking about single sideband being wrong. You just tune and it works. It's like, so you tell me as a ham, you can't see why SSB is wrong. And he says, it's not wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. I said, well, I'm going to tell you one thing. If a 40-year-old ham doesn't know what's wrong with SSB on this radio, I don't know what kind of ham you are, but I sure don't want to know. And it's like, he came back with telling me, well, you're a Shortwave listener, so you don't know what you're... Yeah. There's a reason why, you know, Shoyan wanted to know my own opinion. They know I'm knowledgeable about it. And I'm just laughing every time. It's like... So, you know, the worst of all of this is when somebody tells me, I'm a 40-year-old ham, so you know what? I know everything. Yeah. Right. If you have a Seacrane SSB 2 and you're happy, share your opinion. Let us know what you think about it. But I would not be getting that radio at the price it's sold. And if you're happy with it, it's the only thing that's important. Be happy with your radios, guys. Stop thinking that because somebody else, you know, is doing stuff. Did he remove the chuff of tuning? Because at that price, it's already a no you know, a no-brainer. If it chuffs when tuning, ain't worth that price. Yeah, the 808. A lot of DSP radios, 57, Steve. Unfortunately. Kevin Michael has Radio Havana on 15230? Really? Let me check that out. I just kicked the camera, sorry. Kicking the camera. It's not kicking the habit. It's kicking the camera. Let me check it out. Nope, AM. Do I have something on 1523? Anyways, got nothing here on 15230, that's for sure. That's for sure. Oh, Anthony is you. Okay, yeah, SW signal. So Anthony, I got the donation, sorry. Mixed you up with somebody else. What's the difference with the John LC90 Mini and LC90 regular radio? Size and fine tuning. There's no fine tuning on the Mini. There is fine tuning on the LC90. If you have to get one, get the 90. Honestly, don't go for the Mini. There are a few radios with lighted buttons for, you know, darkness, definitely, but there's not a lot of them. This was I like with the Shoyan. Man, these guys know that the whole keyboard is lighted. It's so really cool. So Bert has set up the telescope and he's got the live stream for some company. Cool. Ron, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Okay, so Danny B is you. Thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. So maybe I should go to the PayPal when there's donations and also can add, because people see the super chat donations but never hear about donations through PayPal. Maybe it should be mentioned also at the same time. So thank you guys for the donations. Much appreciated. Honestly, really. What else do we have? Oh, Kenneth's turned 65 today. An old geezer. Hey, I'm not that far off. I'm going to be 56 in a week's time. So, 2 weeks' time, sorry. 56. So, man, time flies. Time flies. You know, it's just crazy. David's Radar Room, nice to have you on board. Old Radio's dad turned 65 last month. John McClure, nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. Kevin Michael is 8843. Eric Communications from Tokyo International. PL990, that's great. RJ Dakota has some C-Crane products and while they're nice, they're way overpriced. Old radios. My birthday's on the 19th. I hope to have the S2200 for a present for myself. You ordered it from Anonco? You should have it fast. I like that. Like WX50. The more intelligent you are, the more you understand how little you know. You know what? I'll tell you a story with that. When I did my tech guy duties, first year, I went out and did my computer fixing and tech guy stuff. A year later, I sat down and a friend of mine said, "So you're good with computers?" And I said, "Nope, that first year just showed me that I know freaking nothing. Freaking nothing." And he said, "Why? Come on." It's like, no. Go fix real world computer problems. You know nothing. I'm sorry. Nothing. I've learned more in that year than school, than any freaking other thing in life. And at some point, I was in the bar, karaoke bar that I like to go to. And there was a guy that was in school, and he needed experience. And he actually told me as a, kind of commented and said, so, if you had to hire someone between me that's in school and someone that doesn't have school knowledge but works in computers in the real world every day, who are you going to choose? I said, I'm sorry, but I'm going to choose the guy that works in the real world computers every day. He knows more than you. And he says, really? He says, no. You have no idea how to school of you know zero about the real world of fixing computers. And that's the way it is. And that's really the way it is. Matter DXer, I've had that on my channel. I've been a shortwave listener for 30 years. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, man. Those are the best. Every time somebody comes up to you and says, well, I've been a ham for 40 years, you know what you're talking about? You know it's going to be good. Because it's always crap. You know. Oh my God. Craig Martinetti, my birthday's on the 20th. The 20th. Old radios. I've been an air breather for more 30 years, 35 years. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. But you guys know one thing. If I do say something that is not correct, when you guys come back and tell me I'm wrong, I'm not offended. I'm like, okay, thank you for correcting me. And I think a lot of you can agree with that. I'm not a knowledge book of everything in the world is, I will accept that. Oh, okay, well, thank you. So March 20th is my birthday, 2 weeks from now. A little less than 2 weeks from now. James Rader, check. Remember one thing, the older you get, the wiser you are. Well, not everybody's there, but yeah. Kenneth, thanks, Jill. I guess I will have to order a cane. Yeah, a walker. You can take a walker. You'll be moving around in your walker and just like, I gotta tune my shortwave radio now. I love you, Kenneth. Blogger and I bought a cane maybe 10 years ago. Fortunately, only needed it for a little while. It was to reach the TV to change the channels. Or the shortwave radio. Oh, my Texan is over there. Where's my cane? Oh, here we go. I can change the channel now. Press ETM on the radio with my cane. Oh, that's a good one. I always thought I should make some kind of funny skit channel where I would have these little, first I have these little quick stories of all the funny moments I had as a tech guy, but also do them with shortwave. And like I have tons of little, just like what you said. It's like, well, where's my cane? I gotta change the channel on my shortwave receiver. I think it would be kind of funny. I don't know. Man. Yeah. No, you don't want to have a cane, but I will say what I told a friend. Is like when as a caregiver, I was like, you know what? getting old is not the golden age. It's a fucking shitty time to get old. I don't like it. I don't want to get old. Joseph, what's up, everyone? Take care. Nice to have you here, San Francisco Bay, California. Late start, but hey, you're here. Mike, WS50, I'm 63. Can't believe my birth certificate is correct. Yeah, that is all of us. I mean, I'm 50. I'll be 56 in 2 weeks. Man, I just can't believe it. Kev Michael, 17490. Son of Hope, Taiwan. Usually here it's China Radio. So let's check 1749. I got nothing. 13750 is Radio Thailand there. Ooh, Radio Thailand tonight is extremely weak. That K5 index is really make that signal weak. 13750 is not there tonight. I'll tell you that. As a WL signal, maybe you could wire up the walker and see what kind of antenna it would make. V5 SAR amnetics. I hired both college grads and high school grads, but have worked out well with the steep learning curves. But college grads, let me just go here because I'm okay. College grads were ready to move into leadership roles much sooner. So, yeah. BT Radio. What else we have? Getting old, what you make of it? Might be just because you've been doing something for 40 years doesn't mean you've been doing it the right way. Definitely. WZFR1 biker 56. That's still young. Yeah, I know for a lot of people. I know. Bob's Old Records. I gotta see if my walker has a place to attach a long wire. Have you never seen why there's a screw on the side? It's to put your cable there. You just screw the antenna on it. I know, and I'll be 79 this spring, and I'm not looking forward to getting older. Yeah. It's crazy, eh? How we get old and how fast it happens. It's just amazing. Okay, Michael, 17575 from the Philippines, VOA. Yeah, 16 meters, pretty dead here. That geomagnetic storming going on is kind of making a problem here. Richard Wagner, 13750 coming in okay in Northeast Illinois. You know, as we get when we have geomagnetic storms or geomagnetic unrest, you got to remember that the more we are north, the tougher it is. So Montreal is much higher. And there are places much closer to the closer you are to the Arctic Circle, basically, the tougher it is. Often. So walkers are best above 30 megahertz, says Tosin Love. I guess from experience. I'm kidding. So, SWL signals getting Radio Thailand, weak. Old radios, I'm halfway to 70 soon. We have SoCal, nice to have you here. 59 is a Thursday. Time just seems to go faster as you get older. Definitely. Like I have a friend who got cancer and didn't want any visitors. I sent him a shortwave radio, which I heard back that he really enjoyed before he died. That's why I have a warm feel about the Texan DR920. Yeah, I can relate why. There's something special about it. It's like my Pro 43 scanner. My Pro 43 scanner. The last year my mom lived, she used it to listen to the Montreal police and to what was left of the cell phone. You know, the last 2 years, 3 years. And so when I started to you know, moved the stuff from her old folks home and found a Pro 43. That Pro 43 has a history with me, but has a history with my mom. And I totally get it. There's something special about it. Joseph 13845, yep, or WWCR. Yep, absolutely. You know, anybody that, so if you're a radio geek and your, you know, family has something to do about it, your dad, your whatever, you know, there's always something special about it. And we get older, we want to be, you know, I look at this group. We're a nice close group of people that obviously, for a big chunk of us, interact with each other every week. It's like having friends. It's like making friends. They're virtual, and they're not going necessarily to your home, but they're there. And that's another aspect of this live show, which is cool, is having tons of people from different parts of the world, different backgrounds, sharing. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. Might be I should have cashed in when I was young. I knew everything. I was bulletproof, and all my bills were paid. What happened? Mary Dexter. I never knew anyone in my family that was or is a ham operator. I'm the only one, it seems. Don't know how it happened. It happened, you know, like me. Now, although my dad was part of the reason, I mean, I could have had, look how the hobby is. You like it or don't. I could have had a dad that just bought a radio and didn't care anything about it and still not be a radio guy. I mean, if you look around you, let's face it, we are or we aren't a radio guy. We hate it, we love it. There's no middle. It's we hate or we love. So when my dad got the first multi-band radio in the house, and I think maybe that's what has us all together. I'm pretty sure all of us were very curious people. We are in a category that things intrigue us. We want to learn more. Maybe we took a book about something. I would be the guy to go to the library, find books about all the stuff that I found fantastic and wonderful around me. if you look at the majority of people around the world, and I was talking about that with Sheldon, about how I have the impression people aren't interested in anything. How people seem to not know what to do. I remember as a tech guy being, people telling me, I don't, I've got the internet, I don't know what to do with that. When I got the internet, the first freaking thing I thought to do is that there must be some shortwave stuff on there that I could learn. There must be some science, some astronomy, some everything that was a passion. Well, there must be something out there. And when somebody tells you, I don't know what to do with the internet, the first thing I ask myself is, do you have anything that interests you in life? Because, I don't know, but the first time I got the internet, oh God, it was like a huge library of knowledge. I wanted to learn about everything and it was there. So, when we go through, well, why am I somebody that got into this, but everybody around me doesn't care? And I think part of it is curiosity, who we are. It's why does somebody love playing chess, somebody doesn't? Why does somebody love music? I'm a big music buff. When somebody tells me, oh, music, it's not something that interests me, I'm like, what? How can you not like music? For me, it's part of my life. It's part of my being. It's part of my emotions and the way I am. And so it's a complex thing. It's what humans are all about. It's what humans are all about. And that's why I always tell everybody, you've got to make sure, if you got kids, to show them as much stuff of different, horizons, and show them what the world is all about. Because that's what's going to pinpoint a little something. It's like, oh, this makes me go wild. This is what I love. It's tough. But it's also crazy. It's like, why am I the only one? I don't know. Why am I the only one that go in? And I'm here doing this live show 43 years after I just got my first real shortwave radio. 43 freaking years. This is something. It's like, yep. Never thought I'd be here. You would have told me, I say it over and over. You would have told me 1982, you know what, someday you're going to earn a living doing a live show on a platform with, a camera, and people are going to be there and watch you. And I'm going to tell you, I would have told you, get the F out of here. That ain't going to happen. What the hell are you talking about? And, well, I'm doing it with something that's very unique. And, we're in 2025, where shortwave is way different from what it was in 1982 also. I mean, Nick Hansen, F7 NHR. Being a loner, radio has been my friend nearly all my life. It's a great hobby with many different interests within. I think for a lot of us, also, that is the key word, being a loner. We were probably loners I was a loner, not, I was a loner that wanted to be alone, not because I didn't have friends or anything. I was a loner that wanted just to be with myself. I was happy. When people told me, it's like, well, you're not going to be alone all weekend. You're going to find it, like, boring. It's like, I ain't going to find my alone time this weekend boring. I'm fine with it. And I'm actually happy with it. Even though I am a social guy, I'm a very social guy today. But you know what? My lonely time, I like it. I enjoy it, and I need it for my, I guess, for my psychological wellness. I need my alone time too. Like I when I was a kid, we had an old console radio record player. I got hooked being able to pick up Spanish language stations from Mexico. Just amazed. Yeah, I don't know. How can you explain why this amazes you? I don't think we can. But one thing for sure, it's interesting. Moderator the Xer. I admit I'm a tech geek, always fascinated by all sorts of technology, so maybe the curiosity led to getting my license. I would guess. I would guess. I would guess, honestly. You know? UTV and Ham, KD9WNV, nice to have you here. And thank you for the tip. Oh, God. Old radios, thousands of records, love music too. God, I just spilled my beer on me. Too much. Too much. Oh, God. Okay. Just a reminder, 13750. Lots of flutter, but it's coming in on my ATS 25X2 in Northeast Illinois. SWATcats, astronomy, astrophysics, meteorology, ornithology, seismology, particle and material physics. Yeah. Francis Moore, been diagnosed with prostate cancer, now on hormone therapy. Next step, radiotherapy. Do I accept it? And whatever happens, happens. I'm just getting on with life as normal. Thanks for sharing, Francis. And you know what? You have friends here, and you are welcome here. I can tell you that. So, it's really cool to have you here. And we're all friends, and we all go through all sorts of moments, and you don't have to live it alone. You can be here with us if it makes you feel good, and that's cool. Jim F. from Rhode Island. Trey Martinetti, when I started shortlisting, there were books for sale at Radio Shack. Yeah, Radio Shack was a big part of a lot of us. I'll tell you that. Well, that's cool, Francis. Happy to learn that. What else do we have? Yeah. Sorry, just cleaning up stuff. What else do we have? We are in a class of our own. Yep, absolutely. 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 That's pretty much the thing. And, you know, maybe that's why we all feel well here. Because this is the place where we are all welcome and feel welcome. Honestly. We all feel welcome here. And this is the cool stuff about that. This is the place we all feel welcome. And that's why we're all together. Honestly. So, you know. Absolutely. We've met each other in a certain way through our chat room and through comments and through what this is all about. But you know what? This is, you know, this is why there's, when somebody asks me, why are there a lot of mods here? It's like, you want to know? Oh, man. It's just, you know. Okay, guys. We'll do a little something here. I haven't done that in a long time. Who should be added as moderators tonight? Just out of curiosity. We haven't added moderators, and I think some people here that have been here forever are worthy of moderators. So, how about, you know, we add moderators? I think we need to have people. I was thinking of, hey, Craig Martinetti. How about being a moderator? Ta-da! Oh, there's new options when I do moderators now. Yeah, but here we go, moderator. So here we go, Craig, moderator. You earn it. Jim's radio check. So and yeah, so Craig, you are a moderator now. We have Jim's radio check. If I can find him somewhere in the, there we go. Jim's radio check. Here you are, added as a moderator. Ta-da! Here we go. Thank you, Jeff K, for the shrimp pizza. And so we have a few new moderators tonight. Moderator for you. Moderator for you. Why not, Jeff K, moderator? Here you go. Moderator Jeff. There we go. There we go. You guys now have powers. You can't, but that I'll warn you guys, you can't kick me out. If that's what you want to do. So Jeff K, you're also a moderator. It's like, you know, congratulations. You know, John Rand, nice to have you here. I began shortwave radio 55 years ago with a national NC 109 receiver. My mother kept the heat down in the winter, and I remember many a winter night in New Hampshire listening to shortwave with the tubes as heat. Oh wow. Okay. Keeping warm with tubes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Francis Moore, moderator. Of course, Here you go, man, Francis. And you are now, Francis Moore, a moderator. You've got the wrench. You've got the wrench. So Nick Hansen, yeah, Nick Hansen. True. True, Nick Hansen. Nick Hansen. That is a good, that is definitely what we need also, Nick Hansen. Where are you, Nick? Where are you? I need to, oh, here we go. Nick Hansen. Here we go. Add as moderators. Here we go. And here we go. So we got a bunch of new moderators. So this was a Oprah time. You're a moderator. You're a moderator. Everybody's a moderator. Oh, God. Here we go, guys. Welcome to the team. And all you have to do is use your common sense. And if idiots, like we saw earlier, post crap, you just block them. And that's it. That's all. So, you know, that's all we need. So, Paul the Cat. Yeah, I'm going to just do this. Paul the Cat wants to get down from the chair. Here we go, man. Here we go. And Paul the Cat is now down from the chair. So, welcome new moderators. Oh, VT Radio. Hey, I want to have VT Radio. Moderator VT Radio. Come on. Here we go. You've been along for a long time. Here we go. And welcome, everybody. We'll have more moderators than we'll have regular users here. Oh, Blogger Die is not? Oh, yeah, Blogger Die. Of course. Of course. Where do I have my Blogger Die? Blogger Die. Yeah, Blogger Die. Here you go. Blogger Die. Moderator. Of course. Of course. Come on. I mean, we've earned trust over all the time. All the time. Hey, Keith. Nice to have you here. Doing some NAVTEX monitoring from the Boston. Conditions seems a little disturbed tonight. Yeah, there's some geomagnetic disturbances. I'm just going to open the door to Mr. Paul the Cat for a second, because now he wants to leave the room. Too many moderators. So yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a long time since we had a little moderator moment. So that's pretty cool. BT Radio. Danny Shortwave did the Oprah thing when he made me and several other moderators. So yeah. Yeah, Doug Noble. A lot of us don't like that, but you know what? I like moving it forward, but I want to keep it there. Paul wants to be a moderator, but he's hurt. Oh, man. So, we've had a round of moderators for tonight. That's pretty cool. You know, kind of spam and crappy posts have been very quiet for a while. Like tonight we're down to a few, but honestly, it's been very quiet in the past months about, you know, people crapping out on us or anything. So I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening, but it's wow, Mark Margland, thank you so much for the donation. That's a pizza fund. Pizza, shrimp, and caviar. Thank you so much for the donation, man. It's like we'll have caviar in our pizza tonight. Thank you so much, Mark. Much appreciated. You know, this is really, really cool. Thank you so much. Really, really cool. Brian Penny, is that a CB radio to the left of your ICOM, and does it have FM capability? It's gone now that you moved the camera. Oh, okay. Wait. Here we go. Yeah, this here is the Uniden 980 SSB, and it is not FM, because FM in Canada is still not approved. It's only a US thing right now. Although, if you'd be on FM or whatever mode, I don't think anybody would ever complain. But this is Uniden 980 SSB. It's a 40-channel SSB rig with weather channels and weather alert. So it's on right now on the weather channel, actually giving me the weather. And so no, it's not FM. FM has not been approved in Canada. So I think it's really just US right now, honestly. So oh, it's beautiful, honestly. It's really beautiful. And so it's so cool. Man, Mark Margland, thank you so much. Darn. Okay. Wow. Wow. Different Gear TV. Is it safe to write in the chat now with all these mods? Joseph says no. Of course it is. Of course it is. But you gotta obey by my rules. The master rules. Actually, Paul the Cat has the rules. 19% of all pizzas sold in restaurants in the US from Domino's. Wow. Okay. You guys have Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut isn't popular? Wow. I don't know what to say. I'm a little shied out right now. It's like, wow. Okay. Thanks so much for the donations. I mean, wow. Okay. Love you guys. And if you love me in back, it's like, you know, that's life. That's life. 8292. But you know, it's something when we you know, have all of this coming through. David Newmeyer, thank you for the donations. Halbert Earnhardt, nice to have you. Thank you for the donations. Through PayPal. So I went through PayPal to make sure that I could say hello to everybody, because you know, I want to make it fair. So let's do that, and from now on, it's like being fair about, you know, people through PayPal that don't see their names on the YouTube channel. Thanks everybody. I mean, you guys are freaking wonderful. So you know, you know what so okay, people are giving their opinions of what they like with pizza and stuff. I like that too. I like pizza, so I like that. RRT08 just picked up a new Cobra 29 with FM. Cool. Is there a lot of FM in the US? Just out of curiosity. You guys have a lot of FM? Why is that FR1 biker Pizza Hut closed in the Sherbrooke? I had a Pizza Hut here in like 20 minutes walk from here, and it shut down. And it's sad. You know what? I like their pizza buffet. I would go there at noon, 1 p.m. ish, and go to the pizza buffet. I actually liked that. It was kind of fun. Old radios, Little Caesars. Almaysam says, I used to like Papa John's, but lately they haven't been all that good. Okay. Blogger Die, Pizza Hut and Little Caesars are popular, but Domino's have good prices and delivery. Huh? We have a Domino's here that I've never ever ordered from. Well, you got to understand one thing here in Montreal, and that is something that a lot of people don't know. So when Pizza Hut came to Montreal a long time ago, Montreal is known for its corner, family pizzeria. Just to give you an idea, just around here, not even 10 minutes, 5 minutes walking distance, there are 3 family pizzeria. Okay? And there were even more before. So when Pizza Hut came to Montreal, we were chosen as a city to test out pizza. Because Pizza Hut was not dumb. They knew that when they came here, they had to compete with all of our corner pizzerias. And so what they would do is have these tasting challenges where we would go and eat pizza and give them our appreciation of it's good or not or whatever. And they actually derived their recipes on the pizza in Quebec and in Montreal based on what we told them. So I guess that's why for some time they were popular. But man, here we don't have these. We do have these big chains of pizzas. The majority of people use their local pizzeria from the corner street because it's, family driven, and most of the time way better than any freaking big chains. Thank you, Nick, for the donation. Much appreciated. I know, John Tampa. Toast and love about another CB. Could be SSB for sure. FM might be nice too. Thanks to all the PayPal donators, absolutely. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I mean, you guys are great. Great. Kev Michael, 14090 can be fax. It's the 20-meter amateur band. Dave Newmeyer, N0KM, about 20 FM stations in South Colorado. 500 watt to 1K stations. Remote two-way mountain top sites. Jim check. The worst pizza I ever had was San Diego. Yeesh. Almaysam, within 3-4 blocks of me is Donato's and the family-owned Taranto's. These are the best pizzerias, pizza place usually. When they're family-owned, I mean, these are great. Old radios, remember when pizza... Whoops. I think I've moved a little too high. Just get back here. Old radios, remember pizza was more expensive than burgers. Things have changed. Might be Pizza Huts are getting harder and harder to find here, at least. Kev Michael, Domino's Pizza is great. Kev K says San Jose, California has tons of FM stations. Craig Martinetti ordered Hawaiian pizza recently. Loved it. Kenneth KWN says one. The only regularly that I pick up in the US in the 10-meter band is 29605 through 29650. Huh. I'll make some Shakey's Pizza. Papagino's. I like these names. Hey, Keith is dominant chain in New England. Okay. Interesting. Just ready to check. We have a lot of FM stations here in the Chicago area. And also HD channels too. Old radios, freaking McDonald's is more expensive than pizza. You know, everything is getting expensive. It's like now, it's like you just go somewhere and like, I was talking to Sheldon. There's a, so we have a subway station, in Montreal, and there's a central station called Berry-UQAM, which is like the main central, all the lines almost go through there. And it's downtown. They have a pizza place with slices of pizza. The first time they opened up was 10 years ago. And I still remember you could have a slice of pizza for $2.50. And I went there this week because I was going to a bar with friends and I wanted to eat something before I drink beer. So I go there and I realize that the pizza is good, but 2 slices of pizza and 1 Coca-Cola was $21. And I was like, 2 slices of pizza and a Coke? It's $21 now? What the hell happened? What the hell happened? It's like, you're just like, what the hell happened? Why is it so freaking expensive? Oh, man. But that's life today. You know? Things are really, really more expensive than they were. Sweatcats. Michelangelo said, TMNT 1990 film said, wise man said, forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza. You remember even here in Montreal there was that, and I know in the US there was a lot of that. Remember, guys, when there was like, I think Domino's had that. If your pizza is delivered in more than 30 minutes, it's free. Have you noticed nobody does that anymore? They were all late. I remember going to McDonald's and when I was like 10, 12 years old, and if you wait too long for your McDonald's food, they would give you a free coupon for free McDonald's next time you come in. They don't do that anymore today. Yeah, because always they were losing a lot of money with that. VT Radio, a number of years ago, Essex Junctions had 4 or 5 pizza places open up in 1 year. I think they're all gone now. Only tried Manhattan pizza, and it was horrible. Yeah. Look at that. The town where I grew up was so small that they didn't have a restaurant. Hey, God, wow, that's small. That's small. Wow. Thank you, David, in Barcelona, for your first super donation. Thank you so much. It's much appreciated, man, David. Thank you so much. WRMI on 50/50. Yeah, usually with it's the like a little later tonight is going to be like Music Legends or something. So it's going to be kind of cool. Okay, Michael, family pizza places are the best in California. We have family-owned Italian restaurants. Oh yeah, there's so much cool stuff here in Montreal. $5 for a pizza slice is too expensive. Oh no, it's crazy. It's totally crazy. I was like, whoa. Costco's pizza, $1.99 a slice. Yeah, no pirates. Hey, SoCal, thank you so much for the donation. And the only reason it's great entertainment, you know why? Is because great people are here tonight. There would not be great entertainment without great people. And this is where I want to say thank you, all of you. Because I am somebody that loves to be here and loves to do stuff. But it has to be interesting. And it has to be, and we're not talking donations. Rewarding in the energy and the people that are out there just kind of keeping me going. I wouldn't be doing all of these hours without you guys. And this is where I want to thank all of you, because you are part of the reason why we do so many hours and so many times and so many great moments together. Is because you guys are also great. And you know what? The extra, thanks for the donations. Thank you so much. Oh, man. I still remember when these pizza places opened and had 99 cents pizza slices. That didn't last long. There was an ad. If we want to talk about alcohol and pizza and cigarettes, I saw an ad today, this week, in the newspaper. It's about the Canadian breweries that say that the taxes on beer are too high. And I posted a comment on my own channel, on my old Facebook page, saying, okay, let me just say something very straight here. Alcohol has a huge toll on society. It's the secret. Alcohol is the secret drug that we accept as being legal, that is also a problem for a lot of people. I mean, I lived through that. A violent, father when he drank, a alcoholic mother. So I see that. And what came up to me when I saw the ad that says, well, the taxes are too high, let's go through, let's tell the government. And I said, no, the taxes are not too high. It's such a big toll on society that I don't care if taxes on alcohol are 10 times the price they are now. I like beer and I like to drink, but I will pay whatever price it is. It's not essential. We don't have to drink, and we don't have to have alcohol. So I'm sorry. Nope. Tax it to the max that it can be taxed. Like soft drinks, which has no value. It's fine. I got no problem with that. It's a question of, of course, these were the brewery kind of association. They all want to sell more beer. But no, it's not like an Ontario Doc Ford thing. It's like dollar beer thing. It's like, no. Tax the beer, tax the alcohol as high as you want. It's not something you need in life. Almay Sam says, so what do we have here? Take Carry TV, Ham, KD9, WNV. John Tampa, 20 cents for a slice when I was a kid. Ouch. Almay Sam, I remember when I would live in Denver, sometimes I couldn't hear WWV, but I could hear WWVH. WWV would be like 60 miles north. Yeah, you were in the skip zone, so you couldn't hear it. You couldn't hear it. Jim's ready to check. Thank you, Jill. I have to go. I'm going to out to dinner. Take care, my friend. It's always nice to have you here. Old radios about those pretentious hipster burger places. Yeah. I'm going to tell you one thing. If I want a burger, I go to get a Big Mac and McDonald's, and that's it. I don't go to a fancy place. If I want a good burger, I got a barbecue grill here. I'm going to do it myself. Nick Anson, U.S. pizzas are massive compared to UK ones. Was a shock how big when I was to Florida. Ordered two and we only managed to. Yeah. There's this massive, too much. That there's a reason why people are fat. I'll tell you that. We're here for the pizza reviews. Yeah, I did one with the frozen pizza. You gotta remember when I got the frozen pizza, I was like, well, this isn't too bad. I could do like the review, bro, John, and do my own reviews of food. Maybe that would be popular. I don't know. Oh God. So pirates IDing 6925 6965. Let me check it out here. 6.9. Let's see the pizza. The pizza. We're talking pizza. Now I want pizza. $6.925. Not too bad. Wolverine 6965 is really freaking strong. That is really, really strong. 6965 Wolverine is really strong. Oh yeah, Craig Martinetti. Burger King is pretty good. I gotta say, pretty good. Mike, this group is full of positive, pleasant, and productive people. Yep. We have fun. We don't argue. We give our opinion of what we like. And we just don't, I know, you don't bash anyone. Here we don't bash somebody because this is what I like and you don't like it, or this is not what this group's all about. This group is like, oh, you like that? And you like that? And I like this. And this is what's fun. And you know what? That's exactly what makes this group great. We respect each other's opinion of whatever it is. That's it. That's all. So, hey, you guys. I know you hate this when I say, hey, you guys. But now I got to edit the International Radio Report. I got to do a lot of stuff tonight. And order my food. Thank you for being here. And you know what? Do you guys want to have the... do you guys want to have the little Moscow Nights groove and dance? So I'm going to wait for the yes or no answers. Do we end the show with a Moscow Nights tonight? How about it, guys? Moscow Nights is coming to a place near you. Remember that you can might be I like that. Mike B says alcohol lies to me. It tells me I can dance, tells me I can make good choices, tells me I'm okay to drive home. Yeah, that's the problem with alcohol. SWL signals, yes. Moscow Nights, please. TVD Extra, samedi prochain. Always nice to have you here. Tuborg Tim, always nice to have you here, Tuborg Tim. You're the, let's try to destabilize Gilles with my comments. But you're always welcome. It's always nice to have you on board. I can tell you that. Da. Reminds when you put da, it's like it reminds me of that song from the 80s, like da da da. It's like, you know. Okay, guys. I will need my earphones here because I will need to be listening to whatever. Imagine, you know what? Imagine that in like 100 years from now, YouTube videos are still there, and someone from the future is like, "What's this? Official SWR channel. Why is this guy dancing awkwardly to some weird song that I don't know what it's all about?" Oh, God. So, guys, that's for you. And only for you. Because we're going to be in the Russian era now. Making sure that it all goes through. Maybe Putin will contact me after the Moscow Nights event of tonight. Oh God, please, no. Okay, so Love you all, guys. Stay safe. Okay? It's always a pleasure to be here. And you guys are great. Love is exactly what we need tonight. Take care, guys.